2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Switch lanes.
And a good morning to everybody. Welcome back to Rowlett, Texas, the 2023 Southland Bowling League Championship here on InsideBowling.com. Practice just wrapping up. I'm Dave Lamont along with engineer Kim Richter, and we are delighted that you're joining us again this morning. We lost two teams yesterday in this double elimination format as both Tulane and Valpo were sent home. And those were the two lowest seeds, Tulane 7, Valpo 8. But we have an interesting one today because the top seed, Vanderbilt, was defeated yesterday in a third-point best-of-7 Baker match and sent into this loser's bracket battle with a tough Youngstown State team. So you have seeds 1 and 4 going at it on lanes 15 and 16. You'll see that match. That's the screen on your left. On your right, on lanes 19 and 20, which was a very difficult pair yesterday, Louisiana Tech in the light blue and Stephen F. Austin in their school colors of black and purple. We'll lose two of these teams today. Two will be eliminated, and that's what we're going to see this morning. The teams that were undefeated yesterday, Arkansas State and Sam Houston State, they're chilling. They don't have to be back here till about 1 o'clock Central Time, and we will see them today. There's your bracket, and let me explain the format very briefly to you. This first game you're going to watch is volume, volume, volume. 5 bowlers, knocking down pins, most pins wins. It's that simple. You'll have that total pin will count, and then you put that away. Next up is the Baker format, the traditional Baker that we are used to. It'll be 5 games there, and if you get that point and you're 2-0, you're moving on, and the other team is out. Should we get a tie, then we'll go to a best-of-7 Baker match, which happened 3 times yesterday in the elimination. Vanderbilt, in fact, went to Sam Houston State down 3-2, tied with a win in game number 6, only to lose in game 7 when the Bearcats got off to a very fast start and doubled early, and Vanderbilt could never catch up. That's why they're in the losers bracket. So we're now ready to go. This is total pins.
Bowling fans, as these 4 teams continue their quest for the conference
The winner of this event gets an automatic bid to the NCAA. You may have heard that. There's a good chance that all of these teams will get those bids somehow anyway, and an at-large. But looks like a lucky chapeau being put on over here for Youngstown before they get ready. Expect this to be a noisy event with the ladies getting excited about their team and their shots. If you've never watched college bowling, it is so much fun. Like that. Chanting everywhere. Youngstown State now. The only one yet to do it is Vanderbilt. They're going through some intense instruction. And we're going to get lineups for you. I have the Louisiana Tech lineup. All the other coaches wanted to wait until they establish the looks their players have. But for Louisiana Tech, it's the same 5. Lindsey Manning will lead off. Avery Brown in the number 2 position. Danielle Jedlicki, number 3. Patricia Rosales in the 4 position. At number 5, Allie Leinendecker. Those are your lineups for the Lady Techsters. The others are coming in as the coaches. And there'll be changes. I saw them yesterday. And I think we've got more now. Let's see. I've got 2 sheets I need. One on the other side. There we go. All right, Vanderbilt is going to start with Amanda Najoukis again. Najoukis again, I should say. Then their second bowler will be Victoria Verano, who spent a lot of time in the 4 position. Then Paige Peters, who came in as a substitute. Alyssa Ballard will be in the 4 spot. And, of course, Player of the Year, Mabel Cummins, will be number 5. So that's a bit of a change, swapping Victoria Verano and Alyssa Ballard from yesterday for the number 1 seed Commodores. For Stephen F. Austin, it'll be Isabel Hughes, a 5th-year senior from Raleigh, North Carolina. Francis Davila in the 2 spot. Bristol Byer, sophomore, in the 3. Then Chloe Skruzinski in the 4, senior. And then Bristol's sister, Carlene, a 5th-year senior, the older sister, in the anchor position. That's a much brighter green than yesterday. I can live with that. We finally cleaned our lenses. No, I'm kidding. But a lot of extra work going into moving some equipment around to get you these 2 shots. We weren't on 15-16 yesterday, but we're so close to it physically where our broadcast location is that we can watch really every match except 7 and 8. But that pair is out of play for right now. So it's real simple. The winners, whoever gets the 2 points, will move on. The losers are out. So the schedule, let's just use Youngstown State and Vanderbilt. We had the bracket up earlier. Youngstown State, Vanderbilt. The loser goes. The winner will come back this afternoon at 1:30 Central, and they'll take on the winner of Louisiana Tech and Stephen F. Austin in another elimination game. Meantime, Sam Houston State and Arkansas State will play their match this afternoon, and the loser will start Sunday morning at 8 Central Time, taking on the winner of, in other words, the top team in the consolation bracket. We're on a 40-foot pattern, by the way, 28 mLs. The urethane word came out yesterday, and it had the effect of what urethane does. And so I think there was a bit of a dip in scores. Louisiana Tech used a little urethane yesterday. Tulane used a little urethane yesterday. So we'll see the strategy. A couple of the coaches think the scores will be higher. The scores started to dip a little bit as the day went on. It's several factors. One, I mentioned the lane conditions. They reran the lanes. That's a beautiful conversion. For Vanderbilt. And a strike for Youngstown State. And I did not give their lineup, so let's get right to that. Jette will lead off. Megan Graham's in the number 2 position. Hope Bunk hitting 3rd. Kirsten Moore, 4. And in the number 5 position, Madison Marks. That was pretty much the 5 that Youngstown and Coach of the Year Doug Kuberski worked with yesterday. Vanderbilt's the one that made several changes, so we'll keep an eye out for them. The constants, well, actually the only big change they made was in the 3 position when Paige Peters came in about midway through the day, and she is holding that number 3 spot at the moment. Right now, though, Vanderbilt and Alyssa Ballard in a difficult start to her day. So she'll understand the game. It's a long day ahead, so you make one mistake, you just try not to repeat it. Now, if you may be able, depending on the size of your device, some of you may be watching on phones. Maybe some of you are blowing this up onto a nice screen in your homes. The scores are as follows. Vanderbilt, upper left-hand corner, that's their score, and obviously Youngstown State. Stephen F. Austin right now is listed on the left, and now they're going to keep moving it around. So just watch, if you can, for the name in the lower left-hand corner of those 4 boxes. And that will be their overall scores. So we'll focus on the right-hand side of our screen at the moment, and we'll even do that because we have the ability to do whatever we want with these pictures. So we'll take a look at Louisiana Tech, and apologize. I know some of you are maybe family members who religiously watched yesterday, which we're so grateful for, but for those who didn't, just some of the interviews I had with coaches yesterday when everybody was here, I wanted to know their opinion on who the tougher teams are and who the teams that are the really most dangerous ones. And Louisiana Tech's name kept popping up, and they promptly got knocked into the losers bracket almost immediately. So, but they came right back. It's a team that was described to me by one of the other coaches as all or nothing. I said, what does that mean? I said, does that mean they could be gone in one day or they could win the whole thing? He said, that's exactly what that means. Well, they're not gone in one day, so keep an eye on them. Stephen F. Austin got into a tremendous duel yesterday with Arkansas State. Kind of faded out. They also went to a 3rd game, that best 4 of 7 Baker, where total pinfall doesn't count. So here's how that breaks down. One more time. The total pinfall here will determine who wins a point. So we'll use these 2 teams. We'll say Louisiana Tech rolls a 1,000 series and Stephen F. Austin rolls a 950. Okay, It's a win for Louisiana Tech. They get a point. But that's that. That does not carry over. Then we get to the Baker. The Baker is total pinfall. And let's say you get to the 2 points after 2 games, that match is over. If you tie after 2, then the third hurdle to jump is a best 4 of 7 Baker, where pinfall doesn't matter. Winning the game matters. And you win 4, and you're moving on. Expect this Youngstown-Vanderbilt match. I can't see anybody running away. As deep as Vanderbilt is, Youngstown showed some genuine resilience yesterday. Now, Vandy has got major talent on this team. They've even got top players who aren't playing. That's how good they are. And they're going to be in the NCAA tournament. But it's still nice to carry a little conference pride and walk out of here at Bowlarama with that Southland Bowling League Championship trophy. This is Paige Peters on the right lane for Vandy. Yep. Little trip 10. And Vanderbilt starts off the second frame. Strike, strike, strike. That's got to hurry. Oh, it does. Great spare conversion for La Tech. That's through the face and trouble kicked away. That could have been a minor disaster there for Youngstown State and for Megan Grams. Players should be, at least while we're on fresh, the players who throw a softer shot will probably be looking at 5 and 6. The players with a little more crank, 8, and a little more rev rate, 8 and 9. Now, as we move on, obviously things change. There was a lot of left moves. Nothing that I would consider terribly drastic, but there were moves. And another reason, to be honest, for the little bit of a dip in scores could also be a little fatigue. It is a long day. The intensity of the competition will wear on even the most toughest of the competitors. Maybe a little nerves here and there. It can all add up to a little sink in the scores. That was more than 5-6 that time for Stephen F. Austin. That one went way wide right and never was able to kick back in for anchor bowler Carlene Beyer. Wide right on that one for Vanderbilt. And player of the year, Mabel Cummins. They also have the newcomer of the year and Alyssa Ballard for Vandy. The 2-8 made to look very easy, because we all know it's not, by Youngstown's Hope Bunk. Hope didn't start the day bowling, but she was inserted in the lineup after the first game, the freshman from Billings, Montana. So now Cummins, that's looks like 1, 2, 4 and an 8 back there. Yep, routine, or at least made it look routine when we all know it isn't. Oh! Started out with a 4-7-10, then a 4-7, then a 4, and then another strike for Youngstown. So a big break for Moore out of Tallmadge, Ohio, a junior. Not surprising to see 3 Ohioans on this Youngstown State Penguin team. And we'll call on their anchor bowler, Madison Marks, who happens to be from Minnesota. And that is a flush hit for Marks. And some of the noise you're hearing is Youngstown State. Stephen F. Austin. They were one of the louder teams on the lanes yesterday. Louisiana Tech, as we shift over to the right side of our frame here. Down 40, but it's so early. But 3 in a row in frame number 3 for the Lady Texters. Stephen F. Austin will leave one on the deck. That's trouble. That was a trouble-looking shot there for Vanderbilt, and a 6-7-10. Amanda Njokas. Hey, congratulations to Packy Hanrahan yesterday for his first win on the PBA Tour. That was a tough stepladder. And that is an incredible shot. A 6-7-10 converted by Amanda. And that can just send a jolt to both teams. If you're Youngstown, you're thinking, okay, we're going to get a break here. And then you get that. And if you're Vandy, that's got to charge everybody up. And yeah, it's a long day, and it's early in this day, but still, that is an emotional lift and also an emotional gut punch. And a crossover strike. Not pretty, not by the book, but you know what? Watch the score go up with another X for Verano. From Stony Point, New York, of course, Danielle McEwen's sister. Another strike for Youngstown, though. Ooh. Thought Page might get that 10-pin, but did not. Just looking at Vanderbilt this season. They began their season last year in October with a third place in the Desi Strong Classic, then the Motive Lady Jack Classic. They were the runners-up. Runners-up in the Hawk Classic in Delaware. Then the new year comes. They go to the Storm and Blue and White Vegas Classic, and they are second. The Northeast Classic in New Jersey, second. Prairie View Invitational, they won. Lady Texter Classic, second. Stallings Invitational in Greensboro, North Carolina. And the Vanderbilt Music City Classic in Smyrna, Tennessee was actually won by Sam Houston State. This is a loaded field, that Music City Classic. Sam Houston State, McKendree, Vanderbilt, Louisiana Tech. That's your top four. Arkansas State finished 6th, Stephen F. Austin 7th, Youngstown 8th. But you also had schools like North Carolina A&T, Maryland Eastern Shore is a past champion. Wisconsin Whitewater has had some good years. St. Francis of Pennsylvania. I mean, that is, Valpo was in this and finished 24th. That is a strong, strong event. And here we are at the Southland Championship right now for this Vanderbilt team, coached by John Williamson and, of course, Josie Barnes, the great PWBA bowler, helping him out. That just missed on that 5-10 opportunity for the Lady Penguins. Flush hit for Vanderbilt there. As at the moment, looks like Vandy's got a lead of 22-37 off to our right with Stephen F. Austin and Louisiana Tech. This season for Youngstown State has been one of the best in their history. That's one of the reasons. Oh, wow, 4-9 on the right. One of the reasons that Doug Kaburski, Coach of the Year. In the Motive Penguin Classic, they took second. Desi Strong, second. The Motive Lady Jack Classic, Stephen F. Austin, sixth place. Eastern Shore Hawk Classic, third out of 18 there. Fifth in the Northeast Classic. At Prairie View, which was on Bowl TV, seventh. We see this difficult but makeable. Nope. Cote had to go for that. Or correction, that was Marks had to go for that. But just missed. Anyway, continuing with Youngstown, the Midwinter Invitational in Jonesboro. They were 8th. The Big Red Invitational in Lincoln, they were 4th. And in that Music City Classic I mentioned, they were 8th. They were beaten yesterday by Sam Houston, came back to beat Valpo 2-1. And that's why Youngstown is in this situation, playing for its life, at least in this event. Quitter 10 there for Vandry. Now, we shift over to talk a little bit about the teams on lane 19 and 20. Louisiana Tech. Oh, there's the impossible dream, the 2-8-10. Conversion rate on the PBA Tour is less than 0.5%. So let's head to Ruston, Louisiana for a moment and talk a little bit about the Lady Techsters. And trying to manipulate their website. There we go. Give you a little recap of their regular season. Matt Nantace is their coach. Strike for Vandy. Close match, as expected, between the number 1 seed Commodores and the number 4 seed Penguins. And 48 pins the difference between Louisiana Tech, Stephen F. Austin with the advantage at the moment. So, the Colonial Lanes Classic, that's a Tulane hosted event in New Orleans. And second place for Louisiana Tech, Desi Strong. They won it. The Track Cat Clash in Houston, 8th place. The Storm and Norm Blue, Norm Duke's birthday today. Storm and Blue and White Vegas Classic, they're 4th. The Sonic Boom Invitational, they won it. Prairie View Invitational, 9th. Lady Techsters Classic, their home event, although it was held in Dallas, 3rd. Midwinter Invitational, 2nd in Jonesboro. 3rd at the USBC Sectionals in Illinois, and 4th at the Music City Classic. So that's the Louisiana Tech season. And finally, what do they say, last but not least, Stephen F. Austin. Actually, I've got a set of notes from Stephen F. Austin, so I don't even have to go to the website. Looky here. So Stephen F. Austin had 17 wins over NTCA nationally ranked opponents. They were 4th in the Lady Jack Classic.
Thanks so much for letting us know.
4th in the Desi Strong, 3rd in the Colonial Lanes Classic. 8th in Storm and Norman, Northeast Classic 3rd, 2nd in the Prairie View A&M Invitational. They won the Sunshine Classic in February, the Midwinter Invitational 6th. USBT ITC Dallas Sectional 2nd and 7th in that Music City Classic. And a sub for Stephen F. Austin has just been handed to us. And it's going to be Isabel Hughes. It's been replaced by Carlin Gattenby in the leadoff position. So I think you're caught up on these 4 teams as best we can. Stephen F. Austin led by Amber and Steve Lemke. Amber, a past Coach of the Year in the Southland Bowling Conference. In fact, last year. But this team, Stephen F. Austin, has had a distinguished run under her tenure. 2 NCAA national champions and 2 runners-up, including last season. And Vanderbilt pretty steady, just looking to see. There's only 1 open frame for Vandy, and that was Ballard, who got stuck with a split early, but that's it. They're clean otherwise. And Youngstown has had 2 open frames. And they're close. The lead 39 as we approach frame number 5. So far, Vanderbilt getting a terrific performance in the number 2 position from Victoria Verano. Oh, ringing 10 on the right side there. Stephen F. Austin, that's a terrible break. What looked like a really good throw by Bristol Beyer. And that's you think of the word or the name Crystal and just put a B there instead of a C. So you have Bristol Beyer. And Bristol will have a 10-pin. Spare shooting for the most part on point yesterday. And a couple of Vanderbilt players to my left are beginning to take some warm-up throws. A couple of lanes off out of view of our cameras that are available to the players for warming up. Well, I tell you what, Victoria Verano is the hot hand at the moment with 4 in a row. That's Kaylee Hitt warming up. And she is joined by Jennifer Laredo, a junior from Fresno. Kaylee, a sophomore from Cold Spring, Kentucky. Flush hit on the right side of your screen for Stephen F. Austin, the Lady Jacks. Flush hit for Vanderbilt. And Paige Peters. Meantime, a Greek church staring at Youngstown's leadoff bowler, Cote, and she'll take the safer side where the 3 pins are. Now Carlene Byer on the left lane for Stephen F. Austin, their anchor. Flush for Carlene. As they attempt to cut into Louisiana Tech's lead, but Tech had 4 strikes as we've hit the halfway point in just about all of these 2 matches. Still to come this afternoon, our show will begin with the 2 undefeateds, Sam Houston State and Arkansas State, going at it, along with the 2 survivors here. We're going to lose 2 of these teams. As much fun as it has been to watch them, the cruel reality is, much like when you're watching the NCAA women's and men's tournament, someone's going to get beat. Here, at least they haven't gotten to the NCAA tournament yet. And by the way, that selection show on a tap 10 there for Louisiana Tech. That selection show for the women's championship will be Wednesday at 4 Eastern at the NCAA website. Just go to NCAA, I think it's .org, and tune in, see where your favorite team lands. All right, so Hit is finished with her warm-up. Is that a sign that she is coming in, or did she just want to get some shots in? Meantime, Laredo continues with her warm-up for the Commodores. Good-looking ball all the way for Cummins for Vanderbilt. That was a strike, the second that left her hand. And Vanderbilt beginning to build their lead. That Greek church in the beginning of the 5th frame really hurting Youngstown there. Vandy now up 86. And Stephen F. Austin can be heard. And Tech gets a mixer. That was Jedlicki out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, about a half hour outside of Nashville, home of Middle Tennessee State, the Blue Raiders. To answer one question in the chat, no, Prairie View A&M not here. This is not their event. They are not in this conference. I tell you what, even the misses are good misses in some of these shots. There was a perfect example right there of a ball that certainly looked like a strike for Patricia Rosales out of Orlando, but ended up with a ringer, and that is a little bit of trouble with the 210 for Stephen F. Austin and their number 4 bowler, Skrzyncki, out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, former summer camp home of the Washington Commanders football team. Back when teams used to do that kind of thing. Going for it? Almost. That is, okay, big break for Youngstown State there, because that could have been a disaster if that through-the-face shot had left a split. It's interesting. The highest score right now is coming from the stubborn side, 19 and 20. That 545 for Louisiana Tech. That's impressive, because 19-20 was probably the fussiest pair we had yesterday, although we did have some lower scores near the end of the day on 7 and 8. And now more Vanderbilt athletes going by our location to warm up. Caroline Thesier, the junior from Mooresville, who started the day yesterday but was replaced by Peters. So this just might be something that mandated by the staff. Hey, stay warm, stay loose. We might need you. We've already had one sub by the Penguins. Excuse me, by Stephen F. Austin. And, it's interesting. A lot of sports, the starting lineup is pretty much set. Basketball, you kind of know your starters. Hockey, you might know your first line coming out. But here, many of the coaches, 3 out of the 4 head coaches, decided they wanted to wait until warm-ups. And what they do here is they'll warm up on another pair. And then with 5 minutes before the match starts, they'll go to the pair they're playing on to warm up. So they can kind of establish a look, see who looks good, who doesn't. And, yes, you can pretty much figure that some of these players are going to be in the lineup no matter what. But some of the other coaches may decide, hey, I've got a player who's got a great look right now. I'm putting her in. The other Vanderbilt player is Amelia Kiefer, who's gone over to practice as well. Ooh, nice conversion on that difficult baby split for Youngstown State. But the margin is continuing to grow for Vanderbilt up to 91. While the margin in favor of, La Tech is now, favor of Stephen F. Austin. Nope, Louisiana Tech. The plus 72 is on the Louisiana Tech side. And Vanderbilt looking sharp right here. Looking like a number 1 seed. That's 3 in a row for Paige Peters, 5 in a row for Verano, a double for Amanda Najokas. And now 4 in a row on the Youngstown side for Megan Grams, who also had a good day yesterday. Shifting over to the right screen. Makeable opportunity there for Stephen F. Austin. And Alyssa Ballard has a 10-pin to work with. Mom and Dad, of course, are here. You might hear Mom from time to time. It's possible. We have microphones around. How about the 5-bagger being run right now by Louisiana Tech and their number 3 bowler, Danielle Jedlicki. She's put down 5 in a row. Watch a couple of spare shooters. Nicely handled for the Lady Jacks, and Ballard for Vanderbilt is all over that 10-pin. As I said yesterday, I have to believe that she's going to be a great spare shooter. And now on the practice pair, Youngstown State has sent someone down. That's Lindsay Ennis, sophomore from Conway, South Carolina, has joined the 2 Vanderbilt players to warm up. Is this just practice? Is this a sign that they're going to be coming in? That's a wait-and-see thing. Flush strike for Stephen F. Austin. And that's a double for Bristol-Buyer. And wide right for Mabel Cummins. We'll have a 210 to stare at. Thought we might get a break on that 4-pin. So as the lead grows to 3 digits for Vanderbilt, any break for Youngstown State is a huge one. And so here's a chance to get an open frame. We have not had an open frame from Vanderbilt since the first. They have been clean since then. And, all right, that ends that streak. That is studly bowling by the Commodores. And that is studly bowling for Youngstown State by Moore, who buries it in the pocket, which is a great comeback after an open frame. Meantime, we see another 210 over facing Louisiana Tech and their anchor bowler. Allie Leinendecker. And you could see by her, just the body language, she stood straight up. She just accepted the one pin. But Louisiana Tech has the advantage in that match. They're starting to go down the stretch. Youngstown needs to really bomb the pocket here. As you can see, if you take a look just side by side on the left, the green score sheet, that Vanderbilt has just been spectacular so far. But on the right side, so is Louisiana Tech. 664, look out. Now, she knew right away that wasn't going to work. Stephen F. Austin slipping a bit on the spare shot. Ooh, almost a chop. But Youngstown State just can't afford to stay clean anymore. They've got to do better than that. They've got to start striking. Chloe Skrzyncki just walked by for Stephen F. Austin. Dropped off a ball that maybe she's tired of, or maybe she was doing a favor for somebody and taking their ball back. And she's not up for a little bit. Just to reset the situation, this is InsideBowling.com live coverage of the 2023 Southland Bowling League Championships here in Rowlett, Texas at Bowlarama. A great host. Small house, 22 lanes, so it's an intimate setting. The winner of this event will get an automatic berth to the NCAA tournament. There is a very good chance some of these teams are going to get at-large berths, but it is still a matter of wanting to win the event that will drive these teams. I'm Dave Lamont. Mike Flanagan, the father of InsideBowling.com, will be joining me this afternoon. And we'll start out with the two undefeated teams from yesterday, Sam Houston State and Arkansas State. That'll be 1:30 Central Time. Our format, right now we're in a team game. High score will take the point, and then we'll go to Baker. 5 Baker games, high score will take that. If it is tied 1-1, then we'll have a third Baker, best 4 of 7, where it's all about just win games. Don't worry about your score, just win. And that messenger, this happened so much yesterday, where the messenger just cuts in front of the tent. The lead for the Lady Texters is 115 over Stephen F. Austin to take the first point, and it's 120 for Vanderbilt. Youngstown, I was about to say Youngstown isn't striking enough, but they are getting a sterling performance. That's 5 in a row for Megan Grams, the senior from Michigan City, Indiana. And a strike on the right side, lane 20, the right lane for Stephen F. Austin, as they try to make a desperate comeback. A few more bowlers now heading to the practice area. Didn't see as much of this yesterday because more lanes were in use yesterday. We had 8 teams in the building. Oh, trip there. Well, Stephen F. Austin not going away yet. They're going to force Youngstown to, Louisiana Tech to remain clean. That's clean. Kick save and a beauty on a gorgeous strike. See, the Vanderbilt lead currently 103. It's 101 for Louisiana Tech. The high series thrown yesterday, Sam Houston State had a 1085. That's going to go wide. And the odds get a little longer for Youngstown State, at least in this game. Vanderbilt Youngstown match. Meantime, Stephen F. Austin and Louisiana Tech are already starting their foundation frames. And the lead is still pretty solid for La Tech at 94. Vanderbilt 695 to 580 right now as we begin the eighth. And Youngstown really needs almost a strikeout. I mean, it probably doesn't happen, but in this situation, but they need a lot more of that. Vandy has slowed a little bit on their striking pace, at least in the last frame. Just one strike in the last 7. And a big game for the Lady Textures. The top 3 for them, just outstanding in this game. That's Lindsay Manning, Avery Brown, and Danielle Jedlicki. This is Jedlicki right here looking for yet another strike. And not getting it, but getting trouble out of the way. But Brown has put together 4 in a row. Jedlicki had a run of 5 straight strikes for Louisiana Tech. She's already got the high score so far out of any of the players. Look out. Nope, that's going to hurt Stephen F. Austin's chances of making a comeback right there. And that hung on. You got a strike for Vandy. Where the move of putting Victoria in that number 2 seat has really worked out for Vanderbilt. And another strike for Page. Also putting together a solid game. Again, you see the top 3 in the 2 teams that are leading, Vanderbilt and Louisiana Tech. You compare the top 3s. The top 3 players are really coming through for the 2 teams that are ahead. Meantime, for Megan, that's 6 in a row. She has been just tremendously accurate in this tournament. Good looking strike there for Louisiana Tech. That's Rosales with a double. And looking like we're going to get Vanderbilt and Louisiana Tech picking up the first points of the day. We'll have 5 Baker games where total score will be the difference maker. As Vanderbilt, right after I talked about how they weren't striking very much, bombed in 3 in a row, and then Ballard picked up a key spare. So Vanderbilt not getting the best game out of Player of the Year, Mabel Cummins. Didn't need it, it looks like. So that's a good thing for them. I'm kind of interested to see which team gets the high series between Vandy and Louisiana Tech. There's a lot of work. That's a bucket with a side, it looks like. There may not be an 8-pin back there. No, there's not. Got a better look at it. It's not an 8-pin. It's just a 2-4-5-7. Going into the 10th, Louisiana Tech, perfectly done there, by the way, by Mabel. Louisiana Tech comfortably ahead. And Vanderbilt, Youngstown State, a frame behind the match on the right. But Vanderbilt, with that lead, you see, of 114, also in a very good position. And more striking for this Louisiana Tech team, starting with their lefty, Lindsey Manning, grad student out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Manning working a double, has a chance at a 224. .224 for Manning. And now on the left-hand lane, lane 19, on the screen to your right, take a look at Avery Brown from Columbus, Ohio. She's been terrific. She was great yesterday. She's riding 4 in a row. That is just straight gas and just missed getting a strike there with a quitter 10. So Louisiana Tech's going to grab the first point. And now they put Stephen F. Austin on the precipice of elimination. And Avery, no, that won't count. But she ends up, well, they gave her the spare, but we know that's not going to count. So they'll fix that score. .208 for Brown. Yeah, there's a little tap there for Stephen F. Austin. Why not? Get a little break. My goodness. 7 in a row for Megan Grams. Another faux messenger sliding across the deck against Vanderbilt this time. And Youngstown getting hot. But it might be too little too late. Unless Vanderbilt starts making some big mistakes. And they've really avoided that in this game. For Davila, it'll be a 162. .233 for Louisiana Tech and Danielle Jedlicki. What a strong game for Louisiana Tech here. And Vanderbilt gets a mixer from Page. More strikes for Louisiana Tech. And Rosales this time, she's going to crack 200. While Youngstown tried to make a valiant charge in the 9th frame, it looks like Vandy's going to push him back. So Bristol Buyer, chance at 213. Rosales, well, Louisiana Tech is absolutely dialed in right now. Chance at a 225. Yep, strike for Youngstown. They showed their resiliency yesterday, and they're showing it again. Well, 213 for Bristol Buyer.
I forgot I had to say my cheer when I was on my way back. So I said
For Stephen F. Austin.
what happened on there? I don't know.
Look at this Lady Texter team in this 10th frame. You had 2 bowlers who struck out. And now Carleen Buyer opens with a strike. That's a big one for Vandy. Mabel Cummins. Again, Youngstown State is trying, but I think they're just out of time with this 10th frame coming up and down by 93. And it's not as if Stephen F. Austin has been terrible, because they haven't. That's Krasinski. Going to post a good number, maybe a 198. Bucket there for Vandy and Jauskas. Yep, 198 for Skrzyncki. And 175. Rosales 225 for La Tech. And Leinendecker a 175. So Louisiana Tech, that adds up to what, 1065? And strike for Youngstown in the 10th. A double in the 10th frame. And the Jokers will go over. Uh-oh. A mistake for Stephen F. Austin there. And a punch-out. 182 for Cote. And the Jokers 209. Victoria Verano has been the star in this game for Vanderbilt, and that's 4 straight strikes in the 10th frame. And for Grams, 8 straight. No, it was tapped, not hit. Still, Victoria could post very, very tidy score, but Grams, I think, is going to have the best score of anyone. The lead is down to 56. That's got to hurry. And it does! 9 strikes in a row. And a shot at a 278 for the senior, Megan Grams. Spare converted there by Victoria Verano. She'll have an excellent game. Chance at 238. One more? Nope. Pretty hard to complain about a 274.
All right, Megan. Let's go, Hope. Right team.
And an excellent 237 for Verano. Paige Peters has also been fantastic for Vandy. She's up now in the number 3 position. And riding a double for Youngstown State. Oh, that was an awful break for Hope Bunk. Paige Peters has been just fantastic in this game, as you can see. Player number 3 for Vanderbilt. And continues to do so. And you see how close that lead got, and now it changes just like that. The difference between a strike that's 3 in a row for Peters. She has also crashed over the 200 mark. Has a chance at 249 max. There's a fairly short break before we begin our Baker games, with Louisiana Tech holding a 1-0 lead over Stephen F. Austin, and Vanderbilt trying to hang on to their lead and go 1-0 up on this very game group of Youngstown State bowlers who just don't give up. And Back. Nope. Thought we might get a little trip 3 there, trip 2. But no, but it's going to be a solid, most likely a 238. And that went a little skidded a bit. 178 for Bunk. No, that's got away from Moore. 1-2-8-10. Well, it's a 238 for Peters. So we talked about how the top 3 bowlers, and by the top 3 I mean players 1, player 2, player 3. For both the winning teams here, it looks like Vandy's going to nail this, I believe, that all of them over 200. Same thing for Louisiana Tech with Manning, Brown, and Jed Lickey. Plus they had Rosales, who had 225 in the 4 spot. And for Vandy, the top 3 come through. That's a 159 for Moore. And Alyssa Ballard, who's had a quiet game. Open frame early, not a lot of strikes, and we'll get a good count here. So for the second day in a row, Youngstown State finds itself down 1-0. And they were not eliminated, but beaten by Sam Houston State yesterday, driven into this elimination bracket. Now they, too, are facing elimination. And Ballard has been very solid with her spare shooting. Wide right. And a 180 there. .186. Numbers are getting smaller, or my eyes are getting worse. With a chance of 189 for Marks. So despite the brilliant game of Megan Graham's at 274, Vanderbilt just too steady. And Ballard, 182. Great shooting on the spare. So 189, there's nothing Youngstown State can do, so it will be 1-0 Vanderbilt, 1-0 Louisiana Tech. So while Mabel finishes up, we'll just let you know, we'll take just a tiny pause here, just a couple minutes, and then the Baker matches will begin. Same lanes. And, again, really the coaches will kick the lineups together, and we'll be off and running with Vanderbilt and Louisiana Tech in position. Heck, they already started down there. So we will still take a short break, and then we'll get you caught up. But, yes, Louisiana Tech and Stephen F. Austin are already into their Baker game. So a chance at a 184 here for Player of the Year. Mabel Cummins, the junior from Hermitage, Tennessee. Yeah, sometimes you sub somebody in this situation, but Vanderbilt's going to let Cummins shoot this last shot. Maybe a ball change. That happens sometimes also. And there you go, 184. So Vanderbilt strong, Louisiana Tech strong, and they're already started. So we will just walk away for a couple of minutes, but we can go ahead and start showing you that Baker game that's going on so quickly between Louisiana Tech, the winners of the first point, and Stephen F. Austin. This is total pinfall also in these 5 Baker games. All right. You are watching InsideBowling.com 2023 Southland Bowling League Championship live coverage from Bowlarama in Rowlett, Texas. And we will be back on the mics here in a couple of minutes.
water today. Stick in the water today. Actually, let me get it. Are you sure? No, you already opened it. I think yeah. Like that. You're welcome. Hi, Mandy.
All right, they are zipping through. They are already, you see Louisiana Tech has clinched this game, and again, it is total pins. I will also pledge to be better with my calculator as the day goes on than I was yesterday. That's the goal. Better calculator skills from me. Of course, the good news is now what they have on that crawl, as you take a look, you see what happened in the traditional with Vanderbilt defeating Youngstown State to take a 1-0 lead. Those total pins are in the past. We're building a whole new set of total pins right now with the two teams. And at the moment, Louisiana Tech is smoking hot. Whatever they've conjured up in the way of equipment and understanding their look, they're going to finish maybe with 247. Any lineup changes, Kim? Anything unusual here? Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's see what's going on here. Vanderbilt has also begun with Youngstown State, as you see in our split screen coverage here on InsideBowling.com. And it's a 246 for the Lady Texters. So let's find... So if you're Stephen F. Austin at this point, you're already in a little bit of a hole, and the hole just got bigger. They're down 1 point to none. Youngstown State down 1 point to none. But the thing I noticed about them yesterday was their resiliency, maybe more than any other team out here, after they got into a tremendous duel with Sam Houston State and got knocked into the losers bracket. I think the total, off the top of my head, of pins they lost by was 70 between all the games that were bowled. Then they had a little trouble with Valpo. Valpo took a game off of them in Baker and made it very difficult for them before Youngstown emerged victorious. That was one of the matches that went to best 4 of 7. Ooh. Unexpected and unwarranted and unwanted chop in the early going for Youngstown State. Stephen F. Austin. We'll get your lineups here in just a sec. They were just handed in. I'm just going to get a final score on Stephen F. Austin. At best, 157 as we await Louisiana Tech. So Louisiana Tech's going to open up a comfortable, not a comfortable, but a healthy lead in this first of 5 Baker games. That's a big strike there. And they've moved Megan Grams. That was her right there. In the number 3 position has Youngstown. So we're just waiting on that last ball from Stephen F. Austin, and I'll get you your lineups. All right, 157. But Louisiana Tech had 246. All right, for Youngstown State, it'll be Cote, followed by Moore, Grams, Bunk, and Marks. And in Baker, and again, apologies for those of you who've heard this 1,000 times and know Baker like the back of your own hand, but for those who have never seen it, Baker is 5 bowlers in a lineup position, like in baseball, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The leadoff bowler will bowl the first and 6th frames, the number 2 bowler the 2nd and 7th, 3 and 8, 4, 9, and the anchor bowler bowls 5 and 10. Now you can substitute. We might see that. We saw Vanderbilt do it yesterday. Youngstown made some changes yesterday. They've already made one. We had Stephen F. Austin made a sub. In their Baker lineup for Stephen F. Austin, their order now is going to be Crystal George making an appearance in the leadoff position. Then Carleen Byer, Bristol Byer, so the sisters back-to-back. Then Chloe Skurzinski, and then finally, I'm sorry. I see Carleen and Carlin. So let me start over with Stephen F. Austin. That's on me. It's Crystal George, number 1. Then Carlin Gadenby, number 2. Number 3 bowler, Bristol Byer. Then Chloe Skurzinski, and then Carleen Byer, the anchor. For Vanderbilt, Amanda Najokas is still going to be number 1. Then Victoria Verano. Alyssa Ballard, and now in the number 3 position. Mabel Cummins is no longer the anchor. She's number 4. And the hot hand really for Vanderbilt is Paige Peters. And so John Williamson and Josie Barnes moved her into the anchor position. Flexibility being shown there, so Paige will be the anchor. For Youngstown, Cote, I think I gave this to you, but again, Cote, Moore, Grams, Bunk, and Marks. So we are caught up. And you see also very helpful here in the house. Those are house graphics that tell you what's happened in the traditional and in the first Baker game. This is the first Baker game, and a beautiful spare conversion for Victoria. She was wonderful in the first game with a 237 and comes up with a huge conversion for Vandy. Pretty important single pin here. All right, no trouble. Just nudged it. So now Alyssa Ballard. So this is the 3rd different position Alyssa has bowled in 2 days. She was in the number 2 spot, started at the number 4 spot. Now she's in the number 3 spot. Well, she hasn't been ripping the pocket apart, but she's been steady. She's avoided disaster, and she's made her spares. And if she starts to get hot, then this Vanderbilt team is going to be very difficult because they had some strong bowling early on. Now, naturally, we're into lane transition. So you've got the end of game 1 on the left between Youngstown in the red, Vanderbilt in the gray and black. No problem for Alyssa there at all. And Louisiana Tech, easy. You can see the bowler there with Louisiana Tech on her shirt. They're in the light blue. That's a traditional school color. And then their school colors are black and purple. You've got the Lady Jacks. Stephen F. Austin is normally the Lumberjacks, but they're the Lady Jacks here. Stephen F. Austin has a big deficit to make up. Well, the big four was sitting there for a moment for Mabel Cummins. Still, pretty unfriendly look for her. So a step back for Vandy. A strike here for Youngstown would be huge. That's one of the best shots I've seen so far today. Absolutely crushed in the pocket. And who is that? That's Megan Grams again. Man. Got to be the hottest bowler in the building at the moment. She strikes in both her appearances here. She had a, 274 beforehand. She's making this game look ridiculously easy. And Vandy now can only max out a 184, and nope. Just when there was a little bit of pulse for Youngstown in this game one, that's going to sting. Tenth frame. Yes, I tell you what. I don't know if we've talked enough about the job that Paige Peters has done for the Commodores since entering the lineup yesterday. However, Youngstown can steal this one. Peters, if she strikes out, 184. And if Marks strikes out or goes 2-9, they'll win. 2-8 would win. So big shot again for Peters, and whoa, okay, all right. So a chance of 173. So Youngstown's got a mark. That's a mark. That's going to leave a mark. Talked about it before. Of all the teams I saw yesterday, it was all the teams. I thought Youngstown showed the most backbone. Not that anybody else caved in or anything like that, but they were just incredibly resilient. All right, Vandy gets a 174. Stephen F. Austin in a close game. 8 pins needed here in any combination. Ooh. Oh, no! I don't believe it. That is going to be, you have to pick out 3 of those. This happened a couple of times yesterday when you had a situation where you needed a manageable number of pins, 6, 7. I don't know whether players let up and I'll just chuck it down the middle. At 10, when you let up like that, you go away from what gets you there in the first place. So you got to get 3 out of these, but your lead is going to be so tiny. All right, got 4. And the lead is just 2. But it's a lead. Who knows? And I've seen the PBA guys do it too. They have, I just need 7, and they'll fire it at 1,000 miles an hour right at the head pin. That's risky to me. I don't know why you wouldn't go with your regular form. In football, you're dominating a team for 3.5 quarters with your defense, and suddenly you change your defense. Why? I admit I'm confused by. We take a look at game number 2 here with Louisiana Tech, who has a nice lead after one game, but they've slowed down. I talked about how great their look was in game 1. You saw that 246. They haven't struck since the first frame. We immediately go into game number 2 with Youngstown State and Vanderbilt. All right, big spare there for La Tech. And as you can see for Stephen F. Austin, you've got a 9-pin back there accompanying that 210. Not going to happen. And that almost happened. Almost a miraculous pickup for Youngstown State over on lane 15. 15 and 16, 19 and 20 are lanes here at Bowlarama in Rowlett, Texas. If you're flying into DFW, it's about a 45-minute drive. Of course, it's about a 45-minute drive just to get the rental car at DFW from the airport. But Love Field, a little bit closer if you're a Southwest Airlines person. Nice area and a terrific small house here. Well, Stephen F. Austin has gone 3 straight open frames. The best they can do is 145. And Louisiana Tech, suddenly, Ali Leinendecker finds the look that they were missing the entire game. And so it's going to be an even larger lead now for Louisiana Tech, who won the first point. Again, these 5 Baker games, it's going to be the total pins that matter. And Alyssa Ballard. No, it's Victoria Verano, pardon me, coming through. Unless there's been a change in the lineup. We'll see here. Double check in a moment. I just caught a little glimpse of glasses. Well, Youngstown gets a break with a late tap on the 7. Going to go to the end of this Louisiana Tech Stephen F. Austin game just to see how much more Louisiana Tech will add to their lead. Yeah, that was Alyssa because it was a strike, and she's in the number 3. She's moved around so much that I might lose track of her from time to time. So Vanderbilt did shake up their lineup, as I mentioned earlier, with Cummins now in the 4 position. And not enough drive on that. Can't get away with through the nose. And Youngstown State paying the premium for that. .177 for Louisiana Tech. It's a come down from 246, but Stephen F. Austin has not finished the game. The best they can do is 135. And it looks like there's not an issue with the lane. It might be an equipment issue, might be swapping in a bowler just to get a different look or to throw a different ball because the scores have definitely taken a dip on that pair. Good looking strike. Once again, Peters for Vanderbilt. Youngstown trying to battle back. Meantime, the final here. Well, 135. Well, the lead for Louisiana Tech right now I have is 423 over 292. We'll get that confirmed on the scroll as they'll get ready for their third of the 5 Baker games today. Our next show will begin at 1:30 Central Time, by the way. Uh-oh. Oh, got it. Held on for Amanda. So Amanda, who had missed a single pin earlier, comes right back, shook it off nicely. And Vanderbilt in charge of this second game, up by 21. Third game underway. Stephen F. Austin now shifting to the left lane. Louisiana Tech bringing out their lefty. Oh, all right, now. Lindsey Manning ran into trouble on that right-hand lane. That was the toughest pair yesterday. I mentioned a couple of times already, but for those of you just joining us, yesterday 1920 was not a party, and it may not be here either as the oil starts getting pushed around. And Vanderbilt and Alyssa Ballard strikes in both of her appearances. So a double for Vandy off of the spare. They've struck 3 of the 4 most recent frames. Meantime, a tricky 2-8, but these ladies have just killed those 2-8s. They've just been, I don't think I've seen one missed yet. Oh, that is pure power. Absolutely dead-eye accuracy for Louisiana Tech. And Avery Brown, I'm so impressed with her. Grad student out of Columbus, Ohio. And Vanderbilt catching fire. 3 in a row. And it's looking like they're going to nail this game down and open up a lead on Youngstown State. Youngstown State had a 2-pin lead with a late charge in game 1, and another strike for Louisiana Tech. In the number 3 position, Jedlicki. In the first game, we'll watch this shot here from Paige. Well, that's about the first one of hers that didn't just tear the pocket apart. Knocked the Greek church into the ditch, but still, that's pretty rough right there. 4, 6, 7, 9. Louisiana Tech in the opening game, Manning 224, Brown 208, Jedlicki 233, Rosales 225. Allie Leinendecker had a 175, the anchor bowler. But they comfortably beat Stephen F. Austin, and they've opened up a nice lead of 423 to 292 through 2 games with 3 remaining. So let's see what Paige's approach is here. I have to think it's just, I'm going to grab 2. That's smart. Oh, she got 3 out of that sucker. Everybody got a little surprised with that one here. Now, Youngstown's got to be super careful. They tap out that trouble pin in the back. There's a strike for Stephen F. Austin, their first of game number 3. As far as Youngstown State is concerned, Vandy's got their 202. So Vanderbilt has 376 after 2 games. Youngstown will fall behind here. Elimination for the 2 defeated teams. Ooh, and Louisiana Tech struggling a bit on that right-hand lane now. But Leinendecker's left with the impossible dream, the 2-8-10. Youngstown just trying to post a decent number, not spectacular, but decent. 170 is the best they can do, so they will fall behind. I think they'll be 30 behind if they get this spare and a strike. Chance here for Stephen F. Austin to start to cut into the Louisiana Tech lead, which is 423 to 292. As Louisiana Tech has an odd game going, 3 open frames, all splits, and 2 strikes. Now manning the lefty. And another split. 4 splits against the Lady Texters. If you're going to have a game like this, do it when you have a big lead. But Stephen F. Austin, this is your chance to do something about this and really slice this lead if they can get hot. Good-looking ball there. Yeah, that was a pocket stalker all the way. So 170 for Youngstown State. That puts them 346. They're 30 back with 3 games remaining. Far from over. And Louisiana Tech has to be looking at this going, well, we need a break. We need some strikes to save the game and hope that Stephen F. Austin doesn't get hot. Just can't get the drive to take out the 7. Oh, I thought that was going to make it for Amanda there, but 2-pin just sort of left itself in the gutter. So an open frame to begin for Vanderbilt while Youngstown comes in with a double. Talked to Josie Barnes for a couple minutes today about their loss to Sam Houston State. They took that one to a 7th game. They took it all the way. Each team had a point. They went best of 7. It's 3-3. And Sam Houston State opened with a double. And she said, you know, the people that usually double first win. And that was what happened with Sam Houston State. Now in this game, Youngstown has doubled. However, coming right back with a strike was Victoria Verano for Vandy. And now Alyssa Ballard, who had a great game in game number 2, striking her 2 appearances. Alyssa will be up next on the left lane. Youngstown opens up with a front 3. While Louisiana Tech off to the right has steadied the ship a little bit and only trails by 18. Stephen F. Austin just isn't striking. They may win the game and take a little bit of a bite out of that considerable lead, but they need to take large bites. Front 4 for Youngstown. Well now. So Madison Marks will be next. And Ballard right on top of that spare. Rosales for Louisiana Tech is left with a baby split. Boy, Stephen F. Austin, they need a lot of that. That's a beautiful shot. And that's going to end the run. Yeah, it is. All right, front 4 and a 9 spare, most likely. A tremendous start for the Penguins. Chopped up. So it's going to be a very low-scoring game here for Louisiana Tech. 160 is their max. And one more? No. Mabel Cummins will be left with a single pin to shoot at. And that's a shocking miss. I didn't see that coming for Youngstown State. So, yes, it's a great start with the front four, but make your spares. Is that going to come back to haunt them if Vanderbilt gets hot in Game 3? Stephen F. Austin will bite into that lead a little bit larger. It's a team double. Cummins covers that single pin. Louisiana Tech trying to get to 160, and they're almost there. Well, maybe the single pin won't bother Youngstown after all, as Cote comes through with strikes in her two frames. That's the Peters that we're used to seeing for Vanderbilt. Door open a crack for the Commodores. Well, there's a 160 for Louisiana Tech. That puts them now at 583. Stephen F. Austin, they are going to get a nice bite out of that lead. Chance at a 201. Well, you heard somebody yell for that ball to push for Amanda. It didn't. Smart play. Take your two. Move on. So 5 strikes and 2 opens for Youngstown in game number 3. And Stephen F. Austin will end up 200. So they pick up a nice little bite there. They're at 493. So a 90-pin advantage for Louisiana Tech with 2 games to go. The Youngstown State, another strike. Who else, by the way, but Graham's just insanely striking right now. The lead for Vandy, 30 through 2. Nope, that just didn't have enough hot sauce. So game number 4 about to begin for Louisiana Tech and Stephen F. Austin. 4 out of 5 here. Messenger. Finally, a Messenger gets the job done, and it happens for Youngstown State. And they have a chance at a 235. And that would change things. So Alyssa Ballard comes up on the left-hand lane for Vanderbilt, needing a strike for sure. And Louisiana Tech opens up with a pocket collapsing strike. And Youngstown, powerful game for Youngstown. Vanderbilt will not be able to beat them in this game. The question is, what will they score as Ballard crosses the head pin and is left with a 1-3. I always thought that was a cold-hearted reminder of what you didn't do. Hit the pocket for your right-hander. So Louisiana Tech up 90 through 3. Vanderbilt and Youngstown State wrapping up game 3. Vandy up 30, but that is going to change. Brown Yep. For Louisiana Tech on that left lane, leaving one pin behind. Youngstown State, one more. Nope. Well, if they get it, it'll be a Brooklyn. Not a great shot. Still, make that, and you're at 224. And Ballard finds the pocket this time. All right, no trouble. Stephen F. Austin and Louisiana Tech even through a couple. Cummins to the face that time and left with a 3-6. So Vandy kind of lost the strike line for the most part. 224 for Youngstown, right? I have Youngstown at 570. I believe that is correct. Oops. Yep, 570. And so Vanderbilt needs to minimize the damage here. It looks like on the left-hand lane for Rosales, two pins sort of collided on their way to meeting at the 4-pin and prevented it from being knocked down. Looking for a double, and the Lady Jacks get the double. That Baker after game 3 it should read after game 3. If you're looking at the screen on the right-hand side at the top in the right-hand corner, that's 583 to 492 is accurate, but it's after 3 games of Louisiana Tech and Stephen F. Austin, not after 2. Game 3 wrapping up here with Vanderbilt trying to get to 181 after a solid 224 for Youngstown will put them back in the lead. Now this, the football is very important. Youngstown led by 2 after the first Baker game. Vanderbilt led by 30 after the second Baker game. They're going to lose the lead here. And Louisiana Tech just sort of keeping pace with Stephen F. Austin, which is just fine if you're rooting for the Lady Techsters. You'll take that. It's like when you're up by 15 with 5 minutes to go in a basketball game. You start trading baskets with the other guys, that's fine. And that's a big error, unfortunately, for Stephen F. Austin. An open frame on a single pin. So Peters will give them 180. Five, 5-6. 14-pin difference with Youngstown in front with 2 to go. Massive amounts of suspense there. Stephen F. Austin able to battle back. 492, I'm sorry, for Stephen F. Austin. 492, I had 493. I don't know how, because they had a 200. So Crystal George came through with a very important strike. She hit both of them for Stephen F. Austin, and now they've tossed up a double at Louisiana Tech, which gets stuck with a split. Well, Youngstown starts off with a strike in game number 4. Should Youngstown or Stephen F. Austin win, then we will go to best 4 of 7. So just keep that in mind. Vanderbilt, if they win, or if Louisiana Tech wins, then we're finished. And the losers will be eliminated. In this case, Youngstown State will be eliminated as they open with a double, and Stephen F. Austin will be eliminated. Straight ahead pocket power. Messenger coming wobble, but not going to fall down for Brown for Louisiana Tech. But it's Stephen F. Austin now. Are they giving? They've got to blow Louisiana Tech away in at least one more game. And that split that they were really looking at there on lane 20 says otherwise. What? Megan Grams didn't strike? For Youngstown, incredible. Got to make your spares, Louisiana Tech, and they do. All right, so 209 is the best that Stephen F. Austin can do. 215 is the best Louisiana Tech can do, and the 209 is off the board. Got to make that, and it's handled with a plum by Megan. Trip 10, and a beauty for a Louisiana Tech X. That was Jed Lickey with a big strike for the Lady Texters. Game 4 of Stephen F. Austin, Louisiana Tech on the right on lanes 19 and 20. And just now, Game 4 underway for Youngstown State as they stare at an 8-10 and a more than likely open frame. Got to push. Nope, bucket for Ballard. More practicing going on again. This time a couple of Vanderbilt athletes off to our left on the practice pair. And Youngstown takes the punishment. Only 14 pins separating those two teams. The first and fourth seeds coming into the tournament. Louisiana Tech, the 6th seed. And Stephen F. Austin, the 3 seed. Sam Houston State, Arkansas State, taking it all in. They are the undefeateds from yesterday. They will get things started at 1:30 today when Mike Flanagan joins me. Beautiful coverage of the bucket there by Ballard. And we'll also have survivors of today, whomever that may be. And at the moment, it's Louisiana Tech and Vanderbilt. Well, no, actually, it's Louisiana Tech, and we don't know yet. All right, 188 possible for Stephen F. Austin, 183 possible for Louisiana Tech. Yeah, it's 5 pins, but they picked up 40 in the last one, did Stephen F. Austin, but there's only going to be one game to go. They really needed a massive victory, even another 40 or 50 pin victory, and it's just not going to happen. Ooh, and that is a... All right, there's your 188, Your Honor. There's your 183. So Stephen F. Austin only picks up 5. The lead is 86 for Louisiana Tech. I have 766 to 680. Peters, 245. Vanderbilt without a strike in this game. Youngstown has been kind of hit or miss. When they hit, though, they hit hard. And then they get that. Second time in this game they've had a 7-10. In fact, that's second time in a row they've had a 7-10. Back-to-back shots, I believe. Sometimes my attention is diverted between two games, but I know that's 7-10s in this game against Youngstown. That I do know. The difference in the match on your left, Youngstown, 14 pins ahead of Vanderbilt. Youngstown trying to stay alive. Well, that I didn't see coming at all. Checking to see if there's any lineup changes. So Kim is going to go into the pit to see if they've made any changes. I don't think they have. Vanderbilt has. And they haven't. They've had several bowlers go to the practice pair, but we have not seen any changes made yet. We see a big strike for Avery Brown in the number 2 position for Louisiana Tech in this Baker format, as Stephen F. Austin opens with a double. Vanderbilt having a hard time treading water. This is a strange game here between Youngstown and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt yet to strike. Youngstown strikes or gets stuck with a split. They miss the 2-8 there. So if Vanderbilt ever gets hot, if they can finally find a strike line like that, things can start to change. If you're Youngstown, 3 straight open frames at a point where they had Vanderbilt in a position where they could really hurt them. So the finish of this game is going to be fascinating. That's a huge strike in the foundation, no less. Enormous strike for Bunk. And a quitter 10 for Ballard. 4 in a row for Stephen F. Austin. Keep that up, and yeah, things are going to change around here. So Youngstown got a huge strike. They got a chance at a 181. And that's still in play. Vanderbilt needed a double there. And Louisiana Tech pushing back, and the string of 4 straight strikes has come to an end for Stephen F. Austin. Oh, and Louisiana Tech pushing back quite a bit. So Carlene Beyer has a critical spare opportunity. But Louisiana Tech is just, they might not win the game. They just can't get blown out. Big strike for Vandy from their foundation bowler, Mabel Cummins. And now Paige Peters will finish things off. Well, Youngstown just mixing the deck. But If Peters can go off the sheet, they'll go 188, and they will bite into Youngstown State's lead. Peters will not go off the deck. No. 3 in a row for Louisiana Tech. Well, Stephen F. Austin could put up a huge game, but the deficit is massive. 766 to 680. And suddenly Louisiana Tech is fighting back. And that's through the nose. 179. $7.49 for Youngstown State. Vanderbilt will lose more ground here at 168. So Youngstown State will have the lead going into Game 5. Meantime, Louisiana Tech is looking pretty good here. Front four for Stephen F. Austin, maybe hope of a miracle game in the 280s, 290s, even a 300. But Louisiana Tech refused to buckle. And Vanderbilt finishes with a 165. I have them down by 28 with a game to go. That's reachable. Now, Vanderbilt can win a game by 28. They won a game by 32 in this Baker set in game number 2, 202 to 170. Will Vandy make changes here? Open frame for Louisiana Tech as we focus on that match. Both teams, Youngstown and Vanderbilt, you can see huddling at the moment. Youngstown needs to win this to stay alive and force a best 4 of 7 Baker where only winning the game matters. The total pinfall is thrown away. A couple of big single pins here, and Louisiana Tech covers theirs with ease. And indeed, we're going to get some changes for Vanderbilt here. And now, that might have been it for Stephen F. Austin. They may win the game, but it won't be by enough. Youngstown strikes, Vanderbilt strikes. Changes in the Vanderbilt lineup now. The Joker Caroline Thesier is now the new leadoff bowler. Taking Amanda Njokas out. Verano stays in. Alyssa Ballard stays at 3. Page is back to 4, and Mabel Cummins is back to 5. So we saw Caroline warming up earlier, and she's in and immediately puts an X on the board for Vanderbilt. They are down by 28. And immediate trouble on the left lane for Vandy. Youngstown will collapse trouble and have just one to shoot at. So you can see that Stephen F. Austin will not have enough to advance. So they will be eliminated, joining Tulane and Valpo. And Louisiana Tech will continue in the bracket. And Louisiana Tech this afternoon will meet the winner of this other match going on right now. Youngstown State and Vanderbilt, and this one may take a little bit more time. We just noticed, and Kim pointed this out, and so have you in the chat have pointed this out, those scores up there for this Baker matchup on the right are wrong. It's the other way around. It is Louisiana Tech 766, Stephen F. Austin 680. I don't know how that happened. That's controlled by the house, not by us, because that is up on the boards above, too. So now I'm sure the athletes know what's going on. But the situation here is exactly the opposite of what it is. So Louisiana Tech's going to advance. They're going to win by total pins. A great game for Stephen F. Austin to finish the tournament. But, no, they're going to be knocked out. Louisiana Tech will take on the winner of Vanderbilt, Youngstown State. And at the moment, Youngstown State with the 28-pin lead. And they are clean through 3, while Vandy is looking at the possibility of 2 open frames and 4 on splits. And Youngstown pumping them in the pocket. Talked about them again. Noticed it yesterday. Resilient team. Very resilient team. Look at this. Another conversion of a 6-7-10, this time by Paige Peters. So we'll go full screen for the duration because everything comes down to these two right here. Congratulations to Louisiana Tech. They were actually the first team to leave the building, if I remember right. And they're the first team to leave the building again today. And Youngstown State already with the 28-pin advantage. 4 out of 5. Well, Vandy should have a much easier time with this spare. But spares are not cutting it at this point the way that the Penguins are crushing the pocket. All right, broke up trouble. Major trouble. But there is a sleeper back there with a 2-8. Hey, Dusty, what do you mean had really gone crazy? Already there, pal. Chat. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the score, but the players knew, the coaches knew, everybody knew that score was incorrect. The score we have up there for Youngstown State Vanderbilt in the house here, that is correct. 749 to 721. Oh, yeah, big shot. Huge strike for Caroline. So she comes off the bench and hits 2 strikes in this critical game for Vandy. Now, listen, it's still not over. If Vandy gets hot and if Youngstown stumbles at all, then Vandy can move right in. But they still have a 28-pin deficit. But Youngstown not giving themselves any difficult leads. That's got a puck. Now off the mark. Vanderbilt just not able to sustain anything. No doubles so far in this game. They tried lineup changes, shifting people around, made 1 change, brought in Caroline, and she performed perfectly. So you got to think like she's got a great chance to stick around if we are forced into a best 4 of 7, which is getting a bit more likely. Six spare will not cut it. The lead is 32, so basically the lead is 60. 32 in this game, and add the 28. All right, again, not a great looking shot from the hottest bowler in the building, but it works into an easy spare. Now, Vanderbilt will be in the NCAA tournament. If they don't win the Southland Bowling League championship, they get knocked out, they'll be in the tournament. But remember this, if Youngstown wins, we're not finished with these two teams. They're going to go to best 4 of 7. $215 possible for Vandy. $236 possible for Youngstown at the moment. Flush, dead, solid, perfect for Page. And there is the double that Vandy desperately needs. But Youngstown has been clean. Can they stay that way? Okay, it's a good count. Remember, 28 pins in hand for Youngstown. If we get to this, it'll be best 4 of 7. Total pinfall does not count in the tiebreaker. Both these teams had to do that yesterday, and they succeeded. Youngstown did, not Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt got to the 7th game with Sam Houston State and was beaten. Sent into this consolation bracket where somebody will come out of to compete for the championship against an undefeated team. It's either going to be Sam Houston State or Arkansas State, and they will play today, 1:30 Central Time right here in Texas. Still a 225 possible for Youngstown State. Yeah, good looking strike. Mabel Cummins back in her anchor position where she spent most of this last couple of days. Youngstown. Well, I think that's going to 95. Yep. We're moving on to a Baker 4 of 7 here. Youngstown State's going to win this one. The 28 pins in hand, and it all turned against Vandy in the third game. 224 to 180. Youngstown State won that one. They won the next game by 14 to fatten the lead to 28. The 215 here is going to be 214. I had them at 935. So you want some more Baker bowling? You got it. We're going to go to the best 4 out of 7 for the right to advance. Louisiana Tech has already stayed alive by eliminating Stephen F. Austin. And now, and not surprisingly, Youngstown State and Vanderbilt will meet in the best 4 of 7. Take a short break. You're watching InsideBowling.com's live coverage of the 2023 Southland Bowling League Championships. The winner claims an automatic NCAA tournament berth. 2 undefeated teams yet to show up today, Arkansas State and Sam Houston. One of these 2 teams, Youngstown State or Vanderbilt, will be out of this event after the next few Baker games. We'll show those to you in a moment. Well, I don't know if you all heard that, but if you did, then you know we're about to begin. This is really simple. First of 4 games wins and moves on, and the other is knocked out. And it looks like Caroline Thiesier on the right for Vanderbilt, who was brought in as a substitute in the last game and struck in Game 5 both times. And we're underway. Youngstown in the left lane, and begins with the impossible dream, the 287. So throw the calculator away. We don't throw it away. Those things are expensive. But definitely don't have to worry about adding up scores. Thiesier, well, 3 for 3 since she arrived. Dave Lamont here at InsideBowling.com's coverage of the 2023 Southland Bowling League Championship. Already winning today, Louisiana Tech. They stay alive while eliminating Stephen F. Austin. So 3 teams are now out: Tulane, Valpo, and Stephen F. Austin. Arkansas State and Sam Houston State, they'll be here in about 2 hours to warm up, maybe earlier, and then a 1:30 Central Time start, and a pocket hit and a double to start things for Vanderbilt. We have not been told of any lineup changes, and there are none. And Youngstown comes roaring back with a double. Alyssa Ballard on the right-hand lane, looking to make it 3 straight. Not quite. Pretty good, though. another mixer strike. And who else but Megan Grams in the number 3 position today has just been a force for Youngstown State in just about every game she's bowled. Might have had one off game today in the last Baker set, but she's just tearing it up right now. Ballard covers the spare.
Good afternoon, Dave.
I was waiting for that. I can't see Mike Flanagan. He must be standing behind me, but yes.
I'm right here.
The father of InsideBowling.com has joined us, formerly live from Kokomo. Welcome to Rowlett, and welcome to the best of 7.
Yeah, buddy, I'm a little shocked to see Vanderbilt in this situation. Powerhouse. I've been watching a lot of the coverage, and Youngstown State putting up quite a fight here.
Well, it happened to Vanderbilt yesterday with Sam Houston State. They split the first 2, got down to a 7th game, and Sam Houston opened with a double and never really looked back. And so Vanderbilt in a position to be eliminated. Now they're going to make the tournament, as I've talked about earlier, but still, they've been searching for combinations, Mike. They've been using a lot of different combinations, moving some people around, even taking Mabel Cummins out of the anchor slot for Paige Peters right here, although they've reversed that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was really impressed with Paige the last couple of years covering this event. I've been coming here, I think, since 2016. And these 8 schools in this conference, in this Southland Bowling League, I heard you open the very first day here. Man, what a shot there. There's so much talent here. But this Southland Bowling League, in my opinion, it is the most accomplished league out there out of all the conferences. And many of the teams, as you just mentioned, normally make it into the big dance, so to speak, by their accomplishments throughout the season. But an opportunity here for that automatic berth for those bubble teams.
And the one that I was told was a bubble team coming in is Louisiana Tech, and they were on the ropes immediately, and they have remained alive. And in talking to coaches, they were marked by a couple of different coaches as a team to watch out for, that they were all or nothing. And it started out as nothing, and now they may well make it to the championship. But this Youngstown team, I talked about it, is just refuses to cave. They've been handed chances to walk away, and they will not leave. And they're forced this ultimate matchup where the loser is knocked out of the event.
Yeah, and these super matches here, they are long. And, you talk about, like a PWBA event, right? The majors have more games, right? Mm-hmm. In these super matches, they make you go through the gauntlet here, with a little bit of everything. Those traditional team games, and then over to the Baker games, and now into the best of 7. This is where, you got to bowl your opponent. You got to beat your opponent 4 times. So La Tech, I saw, took down Stephen F. Austin.
Who took them down yesterday.
Yeah.
And knocked Louisiana Tech into a match with Tulane. They took care of Tulane. They took care of Stephen F. Austin. And now they await the winner of this afternoon, along with our 2 winners, Sam Houston State and Arkansas State. And Arkansas State knocked Stephen F. Austin into the loser's bracket. Sam Houston State knocked off Youngstown State in an exciting, very exciting match. And then Sam Houston State also took Vandy right to the ultimate, the 7th game in this best of 7 Baker, and beat them.
I've been noticing lane play as I've been trying to tune into the coverage here, which has been excellent, by the way. And I've been kind of seeing where the ladies have been playing and attacking the lane pattern, and it really does look like it's a bit of a track shot. It's a little inside. It's a 15-10. Roll it right over the right rangefinder down lane.
40-foot pattern. And naturally, when it starts to get torn up, everybody starts shifting left. We don't have any two-handers remaining in the event. Oh, wait a minute. Let me take that back.
Was Sam Houston have a two-hander?
Yeah, Toma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I knew there was one.
When I was looking at this, the seedings here. Normally, in the last 6 years that I've come here, Sam Houston State is usually a number 1 or a number 2, maybe a number 3 seed. When I see them as a number 5 seed, that tells me the strength of this conference.
And they're coming off of the big win in Tennessee last weekend.
Yeah, Music City, right?
Yep, it was. Basically a home game for Vanderbilt, and it was Sam Houston who took the trophy.
I think it's so cool to see some of the junior gold youth bowlers starting to get into collegiate competition, and this one right here in Alyssa Ballard.
Alyssa's had a hard time today striking.
Yeah, I was tuning in earlier. Yeah. They had her in the 2-hole, right?
She's been in the 2, the 4, and now she's the 3. So
okay.
She's been asked to do everything but start or anchor. Not surprisingly, she makes her spares. That's. I don't know if they would let her in the house if she didn't make her spares.
Yeah, she's an excellent spare shooter.
Tremendous spare
shooter. Just like her mom.
Yep, exactly right. She has a lot of. Oh man, look at that! A 210 for Youngstown State. If there was a tiny bit of hope for Vanderbilt in this first game,
it's over now.
Yeah, that just wiped it. Now, getting back to Alyssa, no, she definitely has elements of her mom's game. There's no question. The accuracy, the intelligence, it's there, and it'll only get better. She's only a freshman. Mom and Dad here, of course, and you'll probably hear Carolyn over our mics from time to time. Dell's the quiet one. He suffers in silence. Carolyn takes us all with her. Again, Youngstown is the people who come into your house for lunch, stay for dinner, take their shoes off, sit in your favorite lounge chair, and take your remote.
Possible 209 here for Vanderbilt, and Youngstown State already at 206.
All right, Sam Houston does not have the two-hander. Now I'm going to have to go back into my brain to see who that was, or is, and pardon me. Maggie Toma, Arkansas State.
Arkansas State, that's who
Arkansas
it was.
State, Maggie Toma. As soon as I saw the name. We'll see her this afternoon.
Justin Kostick, their coach, he hates losing early in this tournament. He hates it. So he's smiling. He's happy right now to be advanced in that winner's bracket.
And mentioned the Bearcats of Sam Houston. They only have 6. That's it.
Yeah, well, they got Denise though, and
well, yes, that does help.
Yeah, she is. She's incredible, and every year, I saw her when she was a freshman here, and now she's what year in school?
She's a junior.
She's a junior now. Yeah, 3rd year. Just gets better every year. I've watched Mabel too come up through this Southland Bowling League and
Player of the Year.
Yep, she's unbelievable. We put her on the thumbnail this year for on our YouTube channel here. A little tribute to Mabel for her collegiate career. I predict she will go on to win at least one professional women's bowling title.
So Youngstown State leads 1-0 in this best of 7.
Yep, 223. That's a good score.
And they lost the traditional. They won the total score in the 5 Baker games, and they have the edge through 1 here.
Well, insight, too. I got to spend a little bit of time with Doug Kaburski last week. They actually drill all their bowling balls out of Donnie Hoag's Pro Shop, which is right there at AMF Riviera Lanes. They commute in for about 40 minutes to get there. And I saw Doug in the Pro Shop when I was setting up there, and he was really looking forward to this event.
223 to 186. But again, total pins don't count. It's just who won the game. That's how you get your points. In the big picture, we're tied 1-1. And in this one, it's 1-0. Now, Vanderbilt has been very proactive in changing lineups. They're not sitting on their hands very often. So We'll see if there's going to be any changes in between games here. It's so simple. One of these two teams will not be here after this game is over with as far as competition goes. The other one will be back, and they'll take on a Louisiana Tech team that was in very good form today in sweeping Stephen F. Austin 2-0. So it doesn't look like we're going to get a change here. Caroline will lead off. And just flush it. Perfection from Feasier. And then Youngstown just comes right back. And I mean right back. Like 10 straight back. With Cote, the Canadian, French Canadian. And a double for Vanderbilt to open up. Vanderbilt has not been scoring that well in the last few games. Yeah, nope, that's not going to go.
Dave, I'm looking at the lane play here. And 220 bowled on the left lane in the Baker format. You stay on the same lane here. I'm anxious to see what the scoring pace looks like left lane versus right lane. It looks like there's a little bit of hang on the right lane.
That crossed over and avoided disaster for Alyssa Ballard. So the first little crack in this game on the 7-10. Ballard, an excellent spare shooter, as we've mentioned. Well, remember what Josie Barnes told me this morning. The team that doubles first usually wins. Yep. Mike, for the most part, one of the things I've noticed immediately is the sharp spare shooting from these two teams, from all the teams. Very impressed. Very few single pins left on the deck. And we've also seen some tremendous coverage of difficult spares and splits. And Youngstown bounces right back. I was in a different room during the break, and I noticed all the trophies that are out there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And they're gonna have an all-tournament team, and she better be on it. Megan Grams for Youngstown had better be on it. Even if they get knocked out today, she still needs to be on there. I don't know if I get to vote or if the conference does all that.
They've never let me vote in the past, Dave,
right,
but
well
you know what? I think we're going to put that in the suggestion box.
Well, we're here. But you're right. We've watched every game practically, except for the ones that were outside our zone.
I think you and Kim should get the votes.
Well,
and I get a half vote.
Yeah, half is fine. You could be the tiebreaker, but Megan Grams has got to be on the all-tournament team.
I'll tell you what. I'm not. After that last shot on the right lane, I'm not really seeing that maybe just one got a little wide there on that 7-10 because pretty much mirroring their shots here. They're really crossing between both rangefinders on the right-hand side of the lane. Crossing about 17, 18 at the arrows. Maybe even a little deeper depending on the player.
One of the things I noticed when we see Louisiana Tech later, they throw it harder.
Yeah, Matt does like to get his teammates firing that ball down there.
They do. And they looked so good today. They're going to be really interesting in the next match against the survivor of this. Well, when you're player of the year and your team needs you, you come through. Mabel Cummins.
She's so steady. She never pops out of a shot.
Oh, and a late tap 7 and Youngstown.
Great fundamentals from all of these ladies. They all stay down until their ball hits the pins.
Ooh, that broke late. Just a hair high for Caroline.
Vanderbilt seems to be working pretty fast here, too. That is one thing that I'm noticing, just stepping in, just walking in the building here. Very deliberate in college bowling, but, Vanderbilt working very quickly, getting up on the approach and bowling quick. That ball almost got back.
Thought for a second you might get something to rise up and tap a 7, but not the case. As Vince Scully used to say, it's interesting to note that later this afternoon, Sam Houston and Arkansas State will go to 19 and 20, which has been a tough pair.
Yeah, you've been on that pair.
Yeah, but Louisiana Tech kind of punctured a hole in that theory the way they rolled it today. But for the first time, lanes 5 and 6 come into play.
Yeah, they're taking their talents to 5 and 6, right?
There is no intel on that pair.
Nope. And it happens every year. Every year we got that one odd pair that we go to.
And that's going to be Louisiana Tech and the survivor of Vandy and Youngstown State. And all of a sudden, Youngstown State.
Yeah, trip 2-pin there. Huge break.
Make it? No. We've had 2 6-7-10s made today. But suddenly, Youngstown State, again, not only are they sitting on your favorite chair with their shoes off, they're eating your cheese now.
A little parallel up the lane there. Need to go a little more left to right, throw it to the spot, trust it, but still easy spare here to pick up.
Should be. And there you go. That's a big strike for Ballard. Trying to keep Vandy from letting Youngstown State build a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, just a difference in 5 pins on the max scores here. 222, 227 max scores.
All right. A little close, but no trouble for the number 3 bowler for Youngstown State. Megan Grams. Now back to Paige Peters, who largely has been clutch for the Commodores.
Back-to-back trip 4s.
Not over yet.
I like that celebration. They were all hyped up, and then they calm it down there.
My new favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
And this, I'm going to propose that in all sports, instead of all these layup lines after games, and sometimes there's fights. Have you seen the nice bowling waving?
Yeah.
That's what I want now forever.
That's it.
Just both, like 2 basketball teams line up. Nice game. They wave each other off. They go to their separate locker rooms.
At the end of the event, we'll just go, nice commentary. Yeah.
No bro hugs or anything like that. It's just nice job. Got to go. Bye.
We can bring back the hand hug if you want.
I don't know. This is so neat. That's neat, too.
Applying pressure here. Youngstown State cannot be shut out. 227 still the max for Youngstown State. Has to answer what Vandy does here. Vandy can get to 222.
Nope. Boy, that had a heavy sound to it.
Wrong time for that.
Youngstown yesterday, Mike, had some 10th frame difficulties. And single pin misses, things like that, and a shot, the occasional just disaster. All right, that's not going to hurt. That was a bold effort, the best you could come up with in that situation. But what has happened here is that Vanderbilt has tied it up. It's 1-1, all turning on one shot in the 10th frame when Youngstown was in a position, had they gone off the sheet, to take the game. So 1-1. Anybody want to predict this is going to go to 7?
Well, left lane's up 2-zip.
Well, if that's the case, then Youngstown will be there for Game 7.
Well, do they pick? I can't remember the format here. Familiarize me. Does the higher seed get to pick the 7th game, or do they automatically flip?
I would have to ask someone that.
I think the higher seed gets to pick the 7th game.
Well, if that's the case.
Yeah, then Vanderbilt would get to pick the left lane.
Yeah.
But we will see. We will see. Formats change. I'm just getting here. Notice I added the graphic over there on the left. I just got to be messing with everything you guys are doing here.
You do, and
I just always
but
do
that's
something.
helpful. I don't have to repeat it over and over again.
I will. It's at the top of the screen too. Rick Barbera really does a great job with the on-screen graphics here, with the logos and everything up there.
The logos are killer.
Oh, I know. He's best in the business.
And the crawl up the top has been incredibly helpful. And Youngstown opens up, bombing one right down the fairway.
I'll predict this: if Vanderbilt wins this game, they'll win the next game as well. I think the right lane, first team to win one on the right lane.
Okay.
It's going to take this match.
Yep.
Even Steven.
That substitution really worked out for Vandy, bringing Caroline in. She started yesterday, was replaced actually by Paige Peters. That certainly worked out also. Now Caroline back in and bowling out of the number 1 position.
I remember when Caroline, didn't get much playing time in the lineup as a freshman.
I remember her from the last Junior Gold I was at in Michigan.
And, of course, Victoria. She's a decorated youth player.
Yep, 100%. You've got some really good ones. Allie Leinendecker is here.
Oh, yeah, Allie.
Another decorated player, to use your term.
Her dad has always been very active in the bowling chat rooms, has given Allie every opportunity out there to be successful. He's given her the tools, being a great parent. I always like to see her dad at events. Yeah, I mean, it's a loaded group of talent in the Southland Bowling League Conference. Stephanie Schwartz, Jordan Richard all came out of this conference.
Oh, powerhouse strike.
Well, that's a break. That is a break.
Yeah, they'll take it.
Crossover, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, there's been a few of those. Not often for strikes. But that one looked like she might have thrown that ball a little harder, too, than she had before. And that has that quiet hit to it. Now, you never want to hear that if you're bowling.
Just about 11:30 here. We come back in 2 hours with our next round. Round number 4. I have 2 matches for you.
And that'll feature the 2 undefeated teams who had never made it around a corner. 2 undefeated teams, Arkansas State and Sam Houston State. Louisiana Tech is kicking back out of the building already, I believe. And they will play the winner of this. And they'll do it on a pair that no one has seen. That's the first mistake I've seen from Megan Grams today. And Megan coming right in front of our table here over to her ball bag, maybe looking for new equipment.
Yep, that's exactly what she's doing. And a great conversion there by Paige. 1-2-10, you never want to leave it, but great spare shooters here.
She's made a 6-7-10 today. So her spare shooting talent is otherworldly under pressure. And split shooting talent. And Vanderbilt, 4 out of 5 on the first trip through the lineup with a strike. It's not quite as explosive for Youngstown State on their first trip through the lineup. This is InsideBowling.com live coverage of the 2023 Southland Bowling League Championship. The winner of this event tomorrow will receive an automatic berth to the NCAA tournament. I'm Dave Lamont. Mike Flanagan has now joined me after watching Packy Hanrahan pick up his first PBA Tour title yesterday.
Yeah, what a moment. Very emotional night last night with Packy winning. When I went to go interview him, he was really tough to get the words out. But somebody who wants it that bad has worked that hard at his game. Congratulations to Packy.
You know, it's funny sometimes when you want something that badly, there are guys who still haven't broken through because it holds them back. But he busted through there to get that first W, what I hope will be many more to come.
He led the tournament since the second round and never looked back. There's a lot of bowling options out there today to watch all around college bowling as well as Bowl TV, who I work with those crews. They got a couple of streams going on today. We appreciate those of you that choose to tune in here today and watch this great competition.
Back to the top of the order. And the Ice Ice Baby chant means things went well for Youngstown and Cote. Doug Kaburski leaning in with some late advice, and Vandy comes firing back. Yeah, Victoria Verano has had a strong couple of days as well for the Commodores. Well, will the right lane prevail here, Mike?
I think so. I mean, that's what I'm seeing right now. That shot there was key. That needed to trip the 4-pin there. We saw a couple trip 4s on the left lane from Vandy in the last game.
But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If the right lane wins once, why can't it win again?
True. Hey, anything can happen.
Now, your prediction is that if Vandy wins this game, they'll win the next because the left lane has been easier, but
higher scoring.
There is a counter argument to that.
Sure, absolutely, and that's why
you already know the counter argument.
That's why we're in a best of 7 now, and it's tied up 1-1. Which I think the first time in the history of this conference, because it's so competitive, you guys saw a first yesterday in that first round. That first round, 2-0 across the board.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
Yeah, and then we come back with 3 of the 4 matches going all the way.
Oh yeah, that's normal here.
Yeah.
There was one year, Dave, that we had to go to extended play on Sunday, and we all missed our flights getting out of here. that was in Louisiana. It's just such a there's parity, I think is the word I'm looking for.
That's the right word. Nope. Messenger slid behind.
When your 5 seed could be a number 1 seed somewhere else, that's tough. And Coach John Williamson from Vanderbilt told me many years ago that a lot of times, he's been fortunate enough to get great recruits into his program. A lot of times coming here is a warm-up or a free roll going into the NCAA championships because they're going to get a berth regardless.
And they are.
But he says this is special to win this one because it gives his team confidence going into the national championship because there are so many schools here that they will see there. And they also, the coaches, because they bowl against each other so much, they can get a real feel of what the other team is going to do in certain situations from bowling in this Southland Bowling League championship, that they can take and gather that information and use it as a tool going into the NCAA championships.
Vanderbilt about ready to close the lid on this game and go up 2-1. And Mike's theory will be tested in Game 4.
It sure will, Dave.
It'll be interesting to see because if that happens, then Youngstown is going to be bowling for their tournament life in Game 5.
Notice Kim just updated the graphic there. Look at that. The unnecessary graphic in the bottom left of the screen.
If she didn't do it, you would have leaned over and done it.
I know.
So I think she just beat you to it.
By the way, she's done a great job here.
Yeah, she has.
I had a conflict. I couldn't come down this year. So, Dave, you were nice enough to pick up the phone and come down here and grace us with your presence.
No, grace isn't always the word used for me, but thank you. I'm happy to be here. Good to get out of the house.
And Kimberly's never hooked this stuff up before. She's seen me do it 100 times. And to come down here and get this thing set up, I couldn't be more proud of the product. We got a nice text this morning from Shannon O'Keefe, of all people, saying that she's been really enjoying the coverage and how awesome is it to be able to have somebody fill in like you guys did down here. So,
well, we appreciate that from Shannon, and we've got a pretty good team again.
Yes, they do.
The Fighting O'Keefes of McHenry University. A program that is really turning out pros now. In addition, of course, to the head coach.
I'm interested in this fill ball here. What are we going to do? Are we going to bring in another player? Are we going to make a ball change with the existing player? What is Coach Doug Kaburski going to do here?
I've not seen a lot of the former, what you talked about, of bringing in somebody off the bench to just sort of be the tester, the canary in the coal mine. But equipment, yeah, I have seen some equipment changes for sure.
Vanderbilt 2-0-2.
We do have a Youngstown bowler warming up on the backup pair.
Yep.
And that's Madison Dosek, sophomore from Ohio. Does that mean she will crack the lineup, or is she just like when you watch a soccer game when all the guys with the vests on go take a run every 20 minutes just to stay loose?
Yeah.
Is that what's going on? So Vanderbilt now up 2-1.
And that was a ball change in the 10th frame, gathering more information. Not only information for her, but, a lot of these ladies have similar rev rates. And, Youngstown State being with Motive, a lot of them have the same bowling balls, similar layouts. So they'll take that information now and say, okay, well, we got to read on that fill shot with that ball. That is a possible tool we can use throughout this match.
Don't see any changes here for Vanderbilt. I'd be shocked if they did it now that they seem to have things going their way. After dropping the first game, they've won 2 in a row.
Critical game here for Vanderbilt. If they can go up 3-1, that'll be a tough deficit for Youngstown State.
Yep, trip 4. They've had a few of those.
Yeah, clearly their miss is in. We talk about when you bowl on a flat pattern like this, which way is your miss? Do you want to miss right or miss left and still have a chance to hit the strike pocket and knock them all down? And clearly on this 40-foot pattern, the miss is in. And Vanderbilt's been able to trip those 4 pins on that left lane, but a nice answer there from Youngstown State. The Penguins, right?
They are. You are correct, sir. Youngstown, Ohio.
We've got Penguins versus Commodores right now.
Mm-hmm. Crossed over just a little bit there on Victoria. Opens with a double.
Look at this right lane heating up, Dave.
Vanderbilt crossed over 200 on that what had been stubborn right lane. They will re-oil during the break, so the teams will bowl on fresh when they come back. Vanderbilt, a couple of their bowlers getting loose now again. Including their lefty, Jennifer Laredo, a junior from Fresno, but she's gotten out of the up a few times. She just may want to stay loose.
And Jennifer's a 4-hole leadoff or anchor bowler on most any team in the country, by the way. That is just how deep Vanderbilt is. She has such a decorated youth career, junior gold champion, and can't even crack the lineup right here.
They've got Kaylee Hitt also warming up. She's been up a couple of times.
Laredo bowled a lot last year in this event. Bowled very well.
Great follow through there by Grams. And a comment that bowling announcers have been saying seemingly for decades, Ballard makes the spare.
Yep. Yep. You know, we should really call the dark down lane markers tracers the entire event in honor of Carolyn. I told that story on air this week. I call them rangefinders. But whenever I work with Carolyn, they're tracers.
Now she is standing up on the little bleachers off to our right. And she got a good view of that strike. And she also got a good view of that strike. The Youngstown, just impressive.
Through 4 frames, no opens.
2-1 Vanderbilt leading this best of 7 elimination series of Baker games. Winner comes back this afternoon. The loser will watch InsideBowling.com's coverage. I hope.
Put you on the spot a little bit here, Dave, as I just, come in here. Has there been any rumblings about how many schools we think are going to get automatic bids into the championships this year from this conference?
Rumblings, yes. The one thing I was told is the Louisiana Tech might be a bubble team. They were the 6th seed. Whether they push themselves off that bubble with a couple of wins here, left to be seen. It seems certain. If you're Vanderbilt, if you're Arkansas State, you're good. I think if you're Stephen F. Austin, you're good. Youngstown, I think the top 5 will get in. And Louisiana Tech, if they continue to win and they get to the championship.
Yeah, more pressure on them.
How do you keep them out, though?
Right. Well, right. Yeah. I mean, if they win, if they win here, they get it automatically. But
right.
They certainly create a better case for themselves. There's an unforced error right there.
Yeah, first mistake. And that's the anchor bowler, Marks, with that error.
So 2-pin lead right now for Vandy. Now a light mixing strike.
Seen more of those today than I saw yesterday. Both these teams have hit a lot of those.
A lot of times when you see that, it's because players are playing the same part of the lane. They're stretching the pattern by having the oil from the bowling ball transfer further down the lane to make the pattern play a little bit longer. It's a big strike there from Youngstown State.
They had there is the only way to respond after a mistake that can deflate your team. Got a turn. That just hung out there.
Yeah, she crossed over on the last shot. Very easy to do. You cross over. You want to open up your angles a little bit. Make sure that you get it to the spot to hook off of. Just a little bit too far to the right there.
Look out. Oh!
Oh, wow. What a break.
Now that may make up for the single pin miss.
The squasher.
Yeah, it's just like slicing right down the middle with a knife. It's not pretty, but
you know, some people say a Baker game moves so fast that a break like that can determine an outcome, but that's why it's 7 games. So,
right.
You know, that one break, you got plenty of opportunity to still get your 4 wins in there.
Well, her strike ball has kind of disappeared, but she's still in and around that pocket. And convincingly covered the 10-pin the last time she had one in this game. And Ballard with a big hit.
That was perfect. Absolutely perfect shot there from Melissa.
Rowlett, Bowlarama, and Rowlett, Texas are seen here for this Southland Championship. And again, fundamentally as sound as you can get on that.
So Vandy can bowl 229 if they were to strike out. 226 for Youngstown State. It's anybody's game here to take.
There's Peters. Just that little bit high. Just a touch.
It's well executed.
All right.
Foundation frame, you can't be upset with that pitch. That was a good shot. It's going to come down to the anchor bowlers.
Yeah, spare shooting contest continues in the 9th. 2 good ones here. Bunk on the right, Peters on the left. Okay. You've gotten to where you expect them to make these shots, even in these conditions, which the pressure's ramping up. But just like that.
No
nothing
problem.
to it. Yeah.
Glad they're out there bowling and not us, Dave.
No, I can't bend over far enough to throw shots like that anymore.
That would have been in the gutter down by the dark boards.
No, that would have gone at it and then turned left.
Okay.
Me. Yeah.
For you? Yeah.
I won't channel it.
I'd have thrown it. I'd have been in the channel.
Yeah. I'm gonna threaten it but not hit it.
Okay. Well, here's Mabel Cummins. She's up here. She's going to finish first.
Player of the year.
Get to 209.
Oh, there's a trip.
You almost knew that was going to happen. You almost knew she was going to knock down 10 there.
But Youngstown State can still take the game.
Yep, 215 the max. 205 pace here. And an answer. Anything you can do, I can do better. Mabel to force a strike here. Trip the 4-pin on the last shot. got real quiet in here.
That's the exact same shot she just threw.
Yep.
Exact result, trip 4. So we go right back to Madison Marks, the junior from Maplewood, Minnesota.
Needs a strike here.
No.
Max they can bowl is 205. Currently right now Vanderbilt is at 199. So Mabel here needs 7 pins.
I am dying to see how she approaches this, because I have seen one thing that's driven me a little crazy is a very casual approach when you're in this position when you need a reasonable number of pins to win a game. And I've seen some people come dangerously close to not doing it. I like this. She threw her normal shot.
Uh-oh.
That's 7?
That is just enough.
Yeah. But I like what she did. She didn't just – she tried her normal shot.
Yeah.
But Vanderbilt now leads 3-1. Youngstown State is on the precipice of elimination. You were right, Mike, that Vanderbilt not only won on the right for the first win on the right so far, and the only win on the right so far, but they bounced back and won on the left as well by the closest margin possible. And these teams will have a fairly short break now. We were long gone yesterday, Mike, by this time.
Yep.
We were off the air at about 11:10 a.m. And so the teams that were, all the teams had a chance to get some decent rest, grab some lunch someplace or have it brought in, whatever, and get ready. But it's going to be a very quick turnaround for these two teams, one of these two teams. Dote. Oh, right at the end there was a threat.
Yes.
But it's too late. Caroline Thieser's been a terrific substitute in the middle of this day here for Vanderbilt. She leads off. That's her first ball that was not high quality. You almost wonder in this situation, who's more nervous? The team that's got the lead, it's thinking about, oh, hey, just, we got to win. Or the team that's fighting to stay in the tournament and realizes, well, listen, if I don't bowl my best, we're out of here.
This game here is a toss-up. This game, number 5 here.
Vandy, the only team to win on lane 16 in this best-of-7 bonus games. These best-of-7 bonus games, and a shocking miss. I did not see that coming.
No good there. I want to give a shout-out in the chat to John Martin. How are you today, sir? Thanks for the insight on the berths and the bids. Obviously, John knows very well with his daughter Jillian going to University of Nebraska.
So we had to get a rack on 15. It was a pin that was not in the population of 10. That's a big comeback for Vandy. Verano has been terrific. Another one I would strongly consider for all tournament honors.
Yeah, Victoria, she ran him over on that one.
Whoop.
And you see a momentum shift there.
Big time.
Right?
And looks like Megan Grams is back in the 2 spot. She had a 274 today. And Ballard coming through. She's found her game.
When I first joined you here in the booth, Dave, the first thing I said was I'm a little shocked to see Vanderbilt not in the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting here thinking to myself, you've got Victoria Verano and you've got Alyssa Ballard bowling for Vanderbilt, right, as these powerhouse freshmen. And then I'm looking at the lineup, and they're bowling second and third. Any team that has Alyssa and Victoria bowling second and third just speaks to the talent that they have.
And an early hole after Seizure opened for Vanderbilt. Well, maybe when you have someone like this, Peters, finding whatever is wrong with that left knee, and then putting 10 in the pit directly. And Youngstown State is in some trouble.
Vanderbilt looking really strong here after the open frame.
It's not impossible for Youngstown State because this is all happening early and there's time, but they're going to need some help. They're going to need more open frames out of Vanderbilt. And a few of those as well.
Notice the pin in Doug Kaversky's ear. Does that thing look a little bit longer than a normal pin?
Yes, it does. It almost looks like a wand of some
Yeah,
kind.
I
Like
know.
later on, he's got a conductor's gig someplace
Yeah,
in
it's like
Fort Worth.
It's like a special decoder pin or something.
Yeah,
We'll have to figure that out later.
I'll let you do that.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll be the one on that one,
You can
Dave.
go to his ear. I'm going to skip that. Cummins. Well, second time on the right-hand lane, a Vandy bowler has missed the head pin on her first try. And Youngstown? No. Needed a big break. They needed a lucky break, really, there.
Still a break, though, not to split, going through the nose. Dave, you've been running this very professional broadcast here, and when I come and join you here, I'm sorry for bringing it a little bit on the clown side of things here, talking about pins and ears and stuff.
Oh, that's okay. I talk to myself a lot because I grew up as an only child, so I'm used to that. So it's nice to have someone to talk to.
Well, I'm glad to be here for you, Dave.
I'm glad you're here.
Well, all right, here we go. $17-pin lead currently for Youngstown State through 4 frames. Vanderbilt already getting up here in the 6th.
We'll see if Caroline can bounce back after the open frame, where she didn't even hit the head pin. Well, she did there.
Not going to miss the head pin twice in a row.
And the rest of them as well. I've always thought that's where that competition as a teenager, junior golds and all that, it makes you so tough.
Absolutely.
Teen masters as well.
Yes.
All of those competitions, I don't want to forget about Gary, that require you to bowl for yourself and get yourself, in and out of tough situations. Youngstown in a world of trouble right now, to be honest.
Dave, these winning scores so far, 223 in game 1 for Youngstown State, 211, 202, and 206 for Vanderbilt. These lanes are very difficult right now and demanding. To put up a 200 score in each game, it's incredible.
And having to deal with a constant transitioning as well, since we started this at 8:30 Central Time. And not a lot of downtime in between games.
And you only get 2 shots a game in the Baker system. I know these ladies are used to it, but to the average league bowler, that's tough.
Big shot here. Perfect. Melissa Ballard has caught fire since we started this best of 7 Baker. She's found the strike ball that was missing earlier in the day. And a big hit here is going to really wound Youngstown State.
Yeah, if both teams were to strike out, Vanderbilt would win by 10.
Got away with one there.
So an opportunity here for Youngstown State. They do need strikes. But to compound and parlay off the last strike and get a double up here still gives them some life.
Grams. That's the Megan Grams that we've seen.
That ball pushed right through the middle of the lane there. Set up perfectly.
Whew. Oh boy. But it's good. When it goes up on that scoreboard, they don't rate it for how good it looked.
I believe the term these days is skinny jeans, I think, when you just barely hit a pin.
Not to me.
Oh, okay, well,
Because I
heard that somewhere.
I don't fit those. I prefer traditional fit.
Okay.
For me, for jeans anyway.
Tapered or just straight leg?
It depends.
Okay.
Depends on what kind of I can afford.
Right. That's true.
I've been buying my jeans at Costco lately, so.
Oh, that's a good place to go.
Actually, it is.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my.
This is not good, but we've seen her convert tougher spares.
Today,
yeah,
she's converted tougher spares. Suddenly, this little single pin is really important. Covered. Vanderbilt is up 3-1.
Suddenly, we've got a 203 max score here for Youngstown State. And with the conversion here, 209 for Vanderbilt. But this is no give me. I would put this one probably at about 65 to 70% to convert.
Got a chance. Wow. You saw the head pin fly right past the 10. Now, 198 is the best score.
This foundation frame is huge. Oh, solid
no,
9.
No. Oh, gosh.
So when Mabel gets up here, she can double in the 10th. That would get her team to 188, and then would need 5 pins on the fill to shut out Youngstown State.
An absolute must-make on the 9 pin.
Absolutely. Still has life, though.
But not if they miss. All right. It's a nice recovery. That was a brutally awful break. But she bounced back like a pro. Did Bunk, who probably thought that shot was bunk.
Yes, sir. If Mabel can mark and get good count, that would force Youngstown State to double to keep their tournament alive. But if she doubles in the 10th, it's over. Solid 8.
Okay, I guess that's fair. Since Youngstown got burned by a 9. Unbelievable. And look at this.
Collapses the 4.
Yes.
Man, solid 8 from Mabel there. So tournament life at stake here. Must have a strike.
Boy, a great shot from Madison Marks.
Madison forces a game 6.
That's what an anchor bowler is supposed to do.
Well, I say she forces a game 6, but count does come into play here. If Mabel strikes, that'll be 188. Stranger things have happened, but the hard part is done.
And the left lane goes back to its position as the dominant lane.
Yeah, Mabel, though, she threw it for the wheat, and you can't throw it any better than she did. Both shots, solid 8, and runs them over for a strike. But here, right here, 188 posted up on the board, must have 7. Must have 7 pins here.
And, Mike, these have been hairy
Oh,
for
yeah.
2 days, these shots. Seven.
Just enough.
Yeah.
No sleeper back there. No 3, 6, 9, 10. Just the 3, 6, 10. 189, 188, Dave. Wow.
So it's a Cote in the anchor position, not Marks. And a lineup change made by Youngstown State, and it paid off. So let's go around one more time.
That's the thing with this conference. It's so level. It seems like everything, this could go 7. I mean, it really could go 7. But I like Vanderbilt here on the left lane. If I were picking some odds here, I'd put Vanderbilt like minus 140 in this game right here.
And we're going to go right into game 6.
Oh,
Okay.
Another solid 8.
What is going on here?
Well, they're making perfect shots, and you can't leave a solid 8 without throwing it really good. And even though it's very unfortunate, it does show how good Vanderbilt's throwing the ball in this pattern.
Well, that's not too bad for Youngstown State, and that is Madison Marks, who's been now shifted to the leadoff position. So Doug Kuberski making some changes. This will be Megan Grams, who moved up from the 3 position to number 2 in the last game.
Little right of target there, Dave. Just a little right of target.
Doesn't take much. You can see how far left she's moved. There is no sleeper back there. That's just a single pin. This is the exact opposite situation Vanderbilt was in yesterday with Sam Houston State. Sam Houston had the 3-2 lead. Vanderbilt had to win Game 6 and then lost Game 7. A not solid 8-pin. And that's a count monster, too. That really hurts. And that stings as well for Moore. So let's see what Ballard can do jumping on this chance. We've had a couple of 6-7-10s made in this event, including one today by Paige Peters. I think we've had 2 today, as a matter of fact. All right. That's the safe way to play it. Just get your two and move on.
Pace of play is even slowed down here a little bit.
Big time. Big time slow down. Big time strike. Hope Bunk coming through. And solid job again for Peters. The first strike on the board in game 6 for Vanderbilt. Now you've got Jude Cote from Quebec. She and Madison Marks in the last game actually flopped positions. Marks went to leadoff and Cote to the number 5 spot. And that does have some extra luggage.
Game 6 about as even as it can get right now.
Yeah, if we had in-game betting, I don't know what that plus 140 would look like now.
Yeah, it would be down a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially with Mabel there having an opportunity to double, you just felt like she was going to do it, you know. That's what she was born to do. She was born to strike in the 5th and in the 10th frame.
All right. No trouble with that scary-looking 2-8.
We've got some very, let's say the right word. We got some brass of bowling watching our telecast today here. Let me just tell you that. I've got a few text messages from some friends watching today.
All right, cool. Now Thiesier. Grip it and rip it on that shot.
Shout out to all of you watching today here on Inside Bowling. Everybody's been participating in the chat as well.
Yeah, the chat's been super helpful actually at times.
Oh, they are.
With either asking questions or providing some information, so we're very grateful for that.
4th member of our broadcast team is the chat.
We try to be everywhere at once, but we can't. So thank you for being an extra set of eyes for us and coming up with some extra information to enhance our afternoon. Well, it's afternoon in the Central and East Coast anyway, and there's 4 in a row for Vandy.
To me, that might have been the best shot I've seen her throw since I got here.
Yep.
Inside out, arm swing, left to right through the front part of the lane, got down to the break point, and was just absolutely perfect.
The great thing about that for Victoria is she kind of wiped out that mistake she had where she left a tough shot and was not able to convert it. And she comes right back with a powerhouse of a strike. Now Ballard. Crossed over. I actually thought that somebody was going to take that 9-pin out. So Megan Grams, I've been bragging about her, hasn't struck as much. She needs one here. Are there any pins left?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. The folks here in Bowlarama might have to stop the competition to pick up some extras after that just happened. And once again, a single pin conversion for Alyssa Ballard. I would love to know her conversion percentage. On single pins, it's got, I have to guess it's 100%. That's 100%, 10 straight back. And Youngstown.
Yeah, 2:25 still left, Dave.
Yeah, they're going to punch themselves out one way or the other. They're not going to leave anything behind.
Yeah, Vanderbilt going at a 2:13 pace. But if Page can strike here, they can hand it over to the X Factor and Mabel Cummins.
I think she's lucky the 7 pin's not standing.
I agree. So 2:21 the max now for Vanderbilt. Huge ninth frame here. Wow.
They've had 10 straight back on 3 straight shots.
Yes.
Explosive strike there by Hope Bunk.
This is back-to-back games where Youngstown State is showing some real fight and heart in the latter part of the game. Do they have a couple more strikes in them here?
Well, again, comes down to the anchor bowlers. Cote. Again! They
Well,
have pumped 4 perfect shots in a row.
I got to give Doug Kaburski there a little props with making the lineup change. It was very smart. Maybe that magic wand we talk about in his ear, maybe that was the deal. Now, Mabel, last time she needed a shot here in the last game, she absolutely pured it, left that solid 8. She's been tripping 4 pins on this left lane throughout this best of 7. That's wide.
Not this time. Not only has Youngstown State come to your house, had lunch, sat in your favorite chair, taken their shoes off, made plans to stick around your house for dinner, and stole the remote, they're now asking where you keep your best cigars and whiskey. Because that's 5 in a row with no survivors on the deck.
Yeah, they're in the 220s now. That's a win. Youngstown State.
Not only that, they've called a realtor to see if the house next door is available.
I think so.
They are rude guests.
Yes.
And they're going to a 7th game.
Yeah, they've got some fight in them today. And Doug and John down there exchanging a little handshake. Good luck to the best man that stands here.
Again, look at this.
I know.
The last 6 strikes. No
225.
mixers, no trip 4, no hanging around for waiting for nothing.
You
but
say
perfection.
hang around like in rounders. Hang around.
My goodness.
3-3. I mean, that's this conference, man. It just goes. If it was best out of 21, we'd go 21 games.
Still have to run back to the hotel to get my sweater, but
yeah, well,
if there's time.
I brought a parka for you,
might
from
need
up
it.
north.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
I left 2 things in the hotel, and I thought, I'll have plenty of time to go get back and run over and get them. Well, I might have time, but
no, this conference, man, they'll eat you alive. All right, here we go. Vanderbilt's gonna elect to start on the left lane here, or to bowl on the left lane, I should say. Lane choice. All right.
why not? I mean, let's just do this. Let's get a 270 going here. These teams deserve it.
Well, you know what's probably going to happen, Dave. They're probably going to tie.
And then we bring Kirk Von Kruger in to
yeah.
read the rules of
Yes.
the tie. And then
Hall of Famer Kirk Von Kruger.
Well, as
yes,
well
sir.
he should be, just for being the best-looking man in the country.
Yeah. All right, even Steven through 1.
7 in a row for Youngstown State.
Yeah.
You sure leaving them on the right lane was a good idea?
I don't know. They're going for a Vera Papa here. They might have back 6, front 6. Who knows? Is that going to recover? No. The front part of the lane, with this much traffic and this long match now, has had so much traffic that the the heads are burnt up, and they got to get it through that front part of the lane. But while they project it down lane, there's a little bit of carry down lane, and it's tough to get the ball to strike off the end of the pattern. Oh, and what a huge break right there. Youngstown State, what a break.
That might have been one of the worst balls she's thrown, and she's been brilliant all day, and she gets a gigantic break. The funny thing is, Mike, we're going to wave bye-bye to 15 and 16 for the rest of the event. When we come back today, pretty soon, 19 and 20, Sam Houston, Arkansas State will go, and then the survivor of this will meet Louisiana Tech to our left on 5 and 6. Then tomorrow morning, lanes 7 and 8 come back into play, and then we have 17, 18 for the championship match, and if we need another go-around, 13 and 14.
Now, we will have every match throughout the rest of this event right here on Inside Bowling. We'll have all of them for you. Dave and myself will be on the call.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
No. It's going to die out. Ballard with a ringer there.
Again, the 1 and 4 seeds here at the Southland Bowling League. The number 1 ranked Vanderbilt Commodores. Number 4 here in our seedings. Youngstown State, the Penguins.
Arkansas State, the 2 seed unbeaten yesterday. The 5 seed unbeaten, Sam Houston. The Sam Houston 6. And you know who's even 25 times more nervous than the players are the spectators.
Yes.
Even the 2 Hall of Fame bowlers that are in here are nervous. Oh! They all started yelling yes for the strike, and it got to yet, and then it had to stop. Wow. Well, they got a huge break in the second frame. That time they got a bad break. And that is a pit attack again by Paige Peters. All right. Good luck trying to tell me who's going to win this game now. Vanderbilt had the 3-1 lead.
Yeah, I thought they were about to close out Youngstown State. Seems like every time Vanderbilt's had a strike up, setting up Mabel, she's capitalized and made it a double.
Like there. Just like that. Oh, that didn't turn far enough.
So each team with a double on the board. This thing is very close.
And Thiesier had a big 4 for a split second. Now a 4-6-10 to slow down the Vandy momentum.
Yeah, you nailed it there.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, and gives it right back.
Right back.
Miss of a 2-pin.
That's a bigger shocker than what happened to Caroline. Caroline didn't really throw a good shot. The winner of this is sticking around. The loser is finished for this tournament. Not for the season. You would think that at-large bids, particularly Vanderbilt, but I think Youngstown State looks to be in pretty good shape too. But still, came all this way, man. Why give up now? Why quit now? No, that's not going to have nearly enough steam on it. It went up as a strike.
Yeah, it's got to be respot.
Yeah, that's got to be done over again. Did not carry. And what we're getting done here, just a 10-pin will have to be put back into place.
We are just about even. A 2-pin lead with a spare here for Youngstown State. Another game, I think it's going to come down to the anchor bowlers, Dave.
Well, why not? You know, why not? It only seems appropriate. It seems appropriate that we're here doing a all the way to the end. This is the second time for Vanderbilt they've had to do this. And it didn't work out the first time. But they were the ones who forced the 7th game yesterday. This time it was forced on them. And you see Paige Peters. It looks something on her shoulder. Looks like maybe one of those I call a thumping device. That's some thumping.
I'm going to use that one, Dave, thumping device. But you're right. I see that on the PBA 50 tour. Those guys are out there using those.
Ooh, another ringing 10 for Alyssa Ballard. With Megan Graham's just. This is where Youngstown took off last time on this right lane, the tail end.
You're right.
Starting with Megan Graham's, they did nothing but strike.
Through the last 6.
And won and forced this game. So Ballard with a huge shot. She's been so money on these single pins. All right, They're not going to strike out. And she's money again.
Yep, there's a spare. But, you know, as your tournament life gets on the line here, the 10 pins are just a little bit more difficult because you don't want to let your team down, and your tournament life is at stake at this point.
Yeah, it looks longer than 60 feet, doesn't it?
Yeah, about 150 feet probably.
However,
that's not easy. It's not easy to pick a 10 pin.
well, there you go, folks. 3 pins, 2 frames to go. That's it.
Yep.
Survive and advance or pack the bus.
Paige anchored this team last year, setting it up here in the 9th frame.
Gotta go.
Light little 2-pin there.
Well now, one more time, a big hit from Hope Bunk.
And one more time, they're going to celebrate. Oh, yeah. A little Daft Punk reference there for you, Dave.
All right, Peters, odds highly in her favor of converting this. Well,
202 the max for Vanderbilt. Youngstown State going at a 196 pace.
Cote.
Oh, no.
Right to the face. And there's a toll for that.
So 180 right now. 2 is 4 on this. Would take them to 184. That would force Vanderbilt to mark.
And Mabel will go first.
Vanderbilt needs a mark if Youngstown State misses the 6-7-10.
Oh, I heard a curse from somebody in the audience when they saw that one go through the face. She got a big break.
So a max score of 190 here. Must convert to spare. But Youngstown State can still pick the 6-7-10 and win with a max score of 196.
2 of these have been made today.
Oh my gosh.
3 of them have been made.
Picks up the 6-7-10.
And the shock on the faces of the Vanderbilt bowlers is hard for me to describe. A couple of them just looked at each other wordlessly. Like, how does that happen to us?
She needs 5. Nope, not anymore.
Wow.
It's over. Youngstown State
has knocked Vanderbilt
wow.
out. Are you kidding me? Well, I don't know what else to tell you. Strangely enough, Mike, and this is probably too much information, I keep running into Kuberski in the men's room after games. And we've had our conversations there. And I keep telling him how resilient I think his team is.
Well,
I don't think I have to tell him anymore,
no,
do I?
That was it right there.
That is absolutely staggering what just happened. And that's why sports is so great, because you just never, you think you know, but you don't know, as Jim Mora once said, and you never will. Vanderbilt off to the left, already having a quick team meeting. Their season isn't over, but don't tell them that right now. They're not in the mood for consolation. In the meantime, Youngstown needs oxygen, I think. The rest of us certainly do.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes an exciting round number 3.
Yeah, you got that right.
Congratulations to Youngstown
All right,
State
so let's set this up.
Louisiana Tech, who move on to the next round.
Today in an hour, actually, we will have Sam Houston State versus Arkansas State. The winner will move into the championship.
NCAA.com
On Sunday,
will announce the 17 teams who
we'll have Youngstown State versus Louisiana Tech on a pair of lanes we haven't seen yet. The winner of that moves on. The loser of that is out.
Next round warm-up will start at 1:30.
Okay, warm-up's going to start at 1:30.
1:30. Okay, so that gives us what time?
1:55 is going to be the start time. Rick Barbera letting everybody know. 1:55 we will start. So a delay. We will start at 1:55 today, programming note.
Thank you, Kim. Again, Mike, it's great to see you, and I look forward to spending the rest of the weekend with you.
Ditto.
And, gosh, I don't know what else to say. That was just spectacular and fun and insane. Youngstown State pulling a Red Sox versus the Yankees in the ALCS, coming from 3-1. Actually, that was 3-0. That was 3-1 down. But I just don't like the Yankees. That was 3-1 down to beat the number 1 seed here in the Southland Bowling League. So for Mike and for Kim and for all of you and for all of our bowlers and everyone here in Rowlett, we'll be back at 1:55 Central Time. InsideBowling.com coverage will resume then. See you soon.